As we're approaching the
God damn it! I hit the recording and immediately sipped and started choking.
I restart it. But as we're
No.
approaching the new moon, is she gonna get more accessible versus less crazy?
Why would I answer that? Why would I answer that? In what scenario do I want to answer that?
I do love the idea that like a werewolf is not like on full moon you become werewolf. It's like the percentage werewolf you are is just the percentage of the moon that's out there.
Werewolf is not a binary. Werewolf is a spectrum.
Actually, I'm only feeling about 65% werewolf today. Can we do it tomorrow?
So like, if you're 65% werewolf, are you just like hairy but don't have the teeth and the bloodlust? I mean, how does that work?
I think it
Yeah, I
depends.
guess
It could be.
I guess there is a question of like, is your whole body 65% werewolf, or is there 65%
missing
of
your
your
tail
body
and your legs?
that is 100%
Yeah.
werewolf?
You just got werewolf
I'm going with
arms
that
and
one.
face.
Like from your sternum down is like all
Yeah.
werewolf.
You're just
Exactly.
a horrifying Frankenstein monster.
Yeah.
Or like it's the legs and like the arms and the head, but not the torso.
Yeah.
It just looks like a bad Halloween costume.
It's like a centaur, but instead of a horse, it's a wolf.
Oh God. I woke up
Yay.
to my cat hours to be able to breathe.
That's normal.
That normal?
Yeah, waking up to a cat's butt in your face. That's if you have cats, that's normal.
So, let me take one more sip. I need to prove to everyone in the world that I know how to drink water. See if I can. It didn't come through. I wasn't.
I heard the slurping.
Oh,
I got it. I got it. There was some good ASMR.
The recording has more careful pickups and like
Nice.
cuts out a lot of that stuff, so it didn't. Let me Nope. The recording
Jesus
won't pick it up. It's just for you guys. That's for you to know and no one else.
We
But
get the secret slurp.
that is 3 people who can vouch for everyone else in the world that I know how to drink water.
Yeah, we'll give you like a LinkedIn endorsement for drinking water.
Doesn't drown when using water. Oh. After meeting up in Leshka, doing a very tenuously dangerous job dealing with some goblins that had ransacked an abandoned wagon hours from the town, finding friends and eventually forming something resembling a small, safe caravan, you made your way west towards the Waters Coast. I almost coughed again. At the behest of the grill master of a nearby Beacon Keep. It seemed that some people from one of his companies, one of his divisions, the Pyro, went missing and were last known in. They offered you a favor at a later date, something. Be very valuable if only. So, Mercury Town not being more than a day or two outside of your way, no problem, and began your travels where you came across these 2 very curious and not completely there people, no, Haggard Jack and Molly Starveling, and after a very tense meeting, your companion Cassie was convinced that they needed to join you, or at her behest, they were uncomfortable to deal with and constantly kept you on edge, but thought at least you could get them down in safety where they could hopefully recover from whatever tragedies they dealt with out here. Fortunately, by the time you reached Rikiri, made your way into Driftwood, got everything nice and together. The night brought significant concern. Turns out Garrett was not enough to keep these two strange and doing something crazy. But where your fear was one of your own lives, that perhaps something would come to you or the townsfolk who would then turn to you, it instead came about that Jack attacked Molly in the night, and after a quick distraction from Garrett, Molly killed him. You guys spent quite a while in the night then, working together to cover up this very bloody murder, stashing the body far away, and eventually cleaning up all the blood, going back to bed, and the plan was to place. Fortunately, in a town this small, full of criminals, crooks, and questionables, it was not hard for someone. Captain Thor, proprietor of the Salvage Emporium, and he used this, which he very openly mentioned that strange, and once you admitted to it, said, "Hey, I'll let the Arbiter know. How about in the meantime, you guys do some shopping?" So with a little bit of less than, we're stuck at the Salvage Emporium. That ended, and you went to see the Arbiter, who mentioned what happened, that the group of Beacon Knights made their way out to the coast. They heard about a shipwreck or some sort. Once you came back, you met up with the rest of the group, and the now 6 of you. Stop collecting NPCs, please. The now 6 of you, as it turns to about have a decision. What is next? Out of your way ever further to the coast, or if you're going to be down toward ever bright and so I ask, sun beats down with heat that is very satisfying given the Rohan, Krieg, Garrett.
So we're just point of clarity. We're still in the clearing with Bex,
Yeah, just
and okay, where they were training. Okay. Well, I guess I kind of wave over to everyone and just be like, well, we have 2 options at this point. We have a vague idea of where the Beacon Knights went. We can continue to go after them as we were asked, or we can keep moving south onto our originally intended destination here. I know that I want to keep moving, but I also feel like we can't leave these knights without trying to at least see what happened to them. They would, you know, they're the Beacon Knights. They would come for us, I think, if we were in a similar situation as them.
Well, I could go either way. I think it's fine if we want to go after them. It does seem like we're going awfully far out of our way for, I don't know, no specific reward or anything, and we don't necessarily know that the Beacon Knights are in danger. It sounds like they went of their own volition to go check something out, but I take your point that that it's worth helping them, and I think Molly said that that she also thinks that we should go. So I'm okay doing that if you think that's best.
Might be fun to find an abandoned ship. Could be fun.
Fair enough.
At that, like, Bex just kind of gives you a look straight. Like, she cocks her head to the side a little bit, like, desperately trying to figure out what you mean by that. Say anything, just gives you a look first. Back
As
down.
long as it's not as fun as the time we went into the goblin nest.
I guess we know that Molly wants to go. I assume Bex is going to go along with what Garrett wants. And she probably also feels the same way about the Beacon Knights. Does Cassie have an opinion? Cassie?
I think we're in the situation. Bex kind of like walks away, like leaving Cassie sitting on. Kind of walks toward you guys. Upset. Kind of pauses for a moment. He kind of first looks at Garrett and then the rest of you. Or, but he comes at her. How long can she? Like over her shoulder and nods in the direction. Unpredictable at best.
That's fair.
Indeed.
I will say that Molly seems like she knows more about the ship that we're going to find than any of the rest of us, so I wouldn't. She's been more talkative lately. Not a lot, but
I'm imagining you
Yeah,
guys are all
not-
you all like glance over at her.
Yeah.
Is that a good thing? I don't think it's a good thing when she talks more.
I mean,
Last time she
anytime you
kind
can...
of
Said it yourself, love. On the other hand, Cassie there was worrying to say the least.
True.
Best we cancel each other. Or I can help protect, but
She'll need the protecting.
I will say I think Molly can fight. Based on one, how quickly she killed Jack, it sounds like, and two, from everything I know about their religion, like, you know, martial might is their whole thing. So I think outside of combat, you know, I agree she's unpredictable, but I will say that, you know, if we're talking about numbers and being able to defend ourselves, I'm not worried about her necessarily, and it also sounds like she loves us. Sorry, what?
how do we know she's going?
Will she? The only reason why she killed Jack was because he was gonna kill her. It was, you know, self-defense. And
I mean, do you know any fights where they're not trying to kill you?
what? What I mean is he was immediately on top of her,
He
like,
would have been dead, right? If not for...
absolutely. It was only just because he looked away for a second. It doesn't take much to stick a dagger in someone's throat if they're not paying attention.
Don't question.
Personally,
Things easy. Happens and the lights happen to come back.
I don't know. I kind of think they're adults and we should ask them what they think.
There's a time when kind of like just diverts at that point. Had my piece. X kind of heads on. Three of you with
I think fundamentally, I think to me, there are people you can trust and people you can't trust. And people you can trust is a rare commodity. And everyone here, I feel like I can trust. So I'm pretty reluctant to leave people I can trust behind when we don't know what the people who we're going to see are going to be like and what's ready to face us. I think people are wild cards, but I feel like we're on the same team, and that's not a thing I always have, or that I can always count on from people. But yeah, maybe we should go ask Cassie.
Yeah.
Are we forgetting the thing where Molly was singing about eating people? Because I remember that.
She says she loves us, though. Molly, are you gonna eat us?
Kev looks at you.
You were singing about eating people. Was that based on something?
Kev gives a third. Shivers and then gives you a almost uncomfortably wholesome smile. And then after a brief delay, just nod.
Sorry, she nods?
Slowly take a step away from
Sorry,
her.
she nods?
Kev nods.
Okay
My foot
then.
stands.
I'm just gonna give the other two a look and walk away towards Cassie.
Can we all just kind of everyone just slowly backs away, looks at each other, like backs away at once,
Yeah.
same time?
Yep.
All right. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to leave them behind, but I don't know if I trust leaving. I trust leaving Cass with Bex, but I don't know about Molly.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like if anything is gonna go down, wouldn't it be better to have 5 people there to fight somebody off?
True. Or we passed on that they were looking for him. We just go our own way. We tried. They weren't here. I want to go, but I also want to leave. Wow, that's double the same thing. But I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Is Bex over with Cassie right now?
Yeah, she's over there.
I mean, what's the plan with Molly? Like, is she just with us now? Is she just gonna follow us around forever?
I mean, do you want to tell her to leave?
No, but is she just our problem now? Because I don't quite remember signing on for that.
No, that's
Like,
true. Our original
when
goal
are-
was to just kind of leave her here. And that
Yeah.
clearly didn't work out.
Yeah, I don't know. This is not my forte. I'm not really a boundary setter. Drieg, do you want to talk to her?
You're gonna make me do that?
I was
You
gonna
know,
say,
I feel like you have a very straightforward manner about you that might help there not be ambiguity.
that they do.
Listen, I've never had friends. I don't know what I'm doing here.
Even better.
Me. So what's the move here? What are we doing?
I think we should go after the Beacon Knights. I think one way or another, Garrett, you're right that we should at least check on them. And at this point, I don't know. It feels like I know there's like I'm a gambler after all, so I know that this is not a good idea. This is not a good justification, but it feels like we've already spent so much time coming here that we might as well see this through. But I guess the question is just, are we taking the others or not?
Yeah.
I think my preference is to take everybody, but if you guys feel strongly that we should leave them, then that's fine.
I think we give it a day and a half, 2 days, just to see if we can find them. If we can't find them in that time frame, we leave. Because there's a lot of terrain to cover.
Yeah,
We can at least say we tried.
yeah, that's fair.
Works for me.
Are we taking the others?
I don't think we should take Cass along. And we can't leave Cass by herself, and I don't want to leave her with Molly.
Okay. Is Bex back here?
Yeah, she
What
kind
did she
of.
say?
Don't know for certain. Pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, we saw her practicing with you, so she's improving, I'm sure, but
Oh, she can
she's not there yet.
parry a blow, but
True.
Okay. I mean, if she's not comfortable, then yeah, it's not going to help to put her in a fight before she's ready. So, yeah, I guess Bex, Cassie, and Molly should stay here.
Would you feel comfortable with Molly staying here? with you.
Someone just looks at me wrong.
I mean,
Okay.
she's probably gonna look at you wrong.
X gives a knowing smile. We'll have a blind friend when you get...
All right.
Sounds fair enough.
Yeah.
We were gonna give it about a day or two, just to see if we can find them. There's a lot of ground to cover. I figure we give it a day and a half, 2 tops, before we're back here and we get on our way. If we find them, we find them. If we don't, we move on. Just filling Bex in on what we already discussed.
Leave now, or... I'll try and get this done.
I think so. What do you think?
Yeah.
No reason to stay.
I'm gonna, I guess, walk over to Molly and just say, Molly, we are gonna go see about the Beacon Knights. Would you be okay staying here with Bex and Cassie, while Garrett and Strieg and I go?
But it doesn't pick up. Kind of fades away. Rubs at a scratch on her face.
Okay, good.
Gives another one of those.
Try not to eat anyone till we get back.
Actually, if you're gonna eat somebody, definitely do it before we get back. Your character design is really fucking with me, man. God damn it. All right. You know what? Maybe we could pawn this off on Bex. I'm gonna walk back over to Bex and be like, Molly's gonna stay here while we're gone. If you'd like to figure out, you know, if she wants to keep traveling with us, or if there's somewhere she would like to be, or what her deal is, then feel free to broach the subject with her.
Gives a slow, almost like analytical nod at that.
All right.
What I can do, she's...
Yeah, I think there's no arguing that. Anyway, I guess the three of us better head off. Will do. Yeah, I'm gonna grab all my stuff. Yep. I'm gonna grab all my stuff.
Same, yeah, we pick our stuff up. I pick my stuff up. I can't speak for other people.
Back to your rooms, grab everything. Bex, Cassie, and Molly.
Yes.
Indeed. In that order.
And you gotta save the best for last, of course.
Yeah. I feel like out of character. I just love like Molly as a character, and I just kind of want to have her around, but it
Just
is
to see
like,
what's
is that
going to
worth
happen next
dying?
with her.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Load your things up, say your goodbyes to...
Yeah.
To get as far as you can, well past the settings. If you push it, it'll be like by push it I mean like after sundown, you could probably reach the coast. Garrett, you would know that.
Right. I think we should push it a little bit, pick up the pace. We don't have to worry about Cass or Molly slowing us down. So I think we can travel a little easier, faster, easier than when we were all together.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we keep going till we get there.
What is that? So where we are, it's basically all like, is it all marshy? Like we're talking, you know,
No,
that scene
it was
from
fairly
Lord of the
basic,
Rings with
just
the marshes and
lowland before the
swamps?
storm. It's fresh swamps and just sitting, sitting water that's like fresh. It's a mixture of that. Like, you're still in the outskirts, so there's not as much, but it's just a mixture of just destroyed fresh swamps, occasional like high patches of almost plateaued grass.
But the closer we get to
Coast, yeah, the more
the coast, it's gonna
marshy
look
and
more
weird.
like that scene from Lord of the Rings where Gollum's leading them through the swamps. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
gonna get worse as you go.
Okay. All right. Well, I advise everyone to watch their steps as we get further in. You can never tell how deep the muck's gonna be in a marsh, and I guess I take point as we head out.
Absolutely.
Wisdom noted. Actually,
Okay.
are you specifically like taking point, keeping an eye out for things that are ahead of you, or trying to find any sort of cracks or anything?
Por qué no los dos? A little bit of both. Mostly trying to like keep an eye out for, not so much keeping an eye out for like ambush or anything, or like, attack by animals, but more just like keeping an eye out for.
I will say, if you're going to be doing both, it's going to be slowing the party down.
Right. No. It's more.
Yeah.
It's more looking for kind of like a path to see if anyone else came through,
Okay.
as well as keeping an eye out for like natural hazards. Switch that to end. And we're gonna give that a roll. That's a 6. I'll accept that.
That's average. 7's an average. Awful sitting water, fresh. You can imagine now little more than a few as the last days of the making your way further in tracks, but there is precious little evidence of any sun. You're like, I imagine you guys are traveling at like a 30-degree angle, so you're like, not directly traveling into the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Making your way still at that kind of northwest push, around all of these thick marshes, and oh man, those. Oh boy, your feet are starting to get wet. You step in muck and mud that just absorbs you up to like the knee. No getting around it at some points. No good, bad, or anything to it. Oppressive. Trying to avoid them where you can, but Garrett's focused first and foremost on tracks or evidence of anyone recent. Wayfinding for cleanliness and efficiency of comfort. Every hour you get much more tired moving through muck and dustingness. Absolutely awful. I would like everyone to give me
Okay. Not great.
And roll.
We're getting
What?
there. It's taking its sweet time.
What technically constitutes a scene?
So
So,
I
like,
would
would
say,
walking there be a scene,
yeah, I would
and
say
then when
the
we get
travel
there,
here, something else. Like, it was a
Okay.
scene when you guys were talking, now it's a scene while you guys are traveling.
okay.
Oh my god. And Garrett, you are noticing it. Guys are... Streak, you're used to some road travel and some road living. This is... At one point, you guys are kind of like, get into this large thicket that... Garrett, you haven't found any evidence, any hard evidence, but like... They have someone who knows their way. You're confident you're following a similar path right now.
Okay.
Your best, and it unfortunately drags you guys into not quicksand or anything, but this very thin mud that comfortable bit by uncomfortable. Well, it's up to like your thighs. Or people, it would probably be up to the waist.
Anybody else getting flashbacks to the worm poison lake from the goblin den?
Well, I wasn't, but now I am.
Yeah.
As you are traveling, it is intrigued.
At least it
you
was
kind of.
Yeah. At least it was easier
Almost-
to walk through the.
Sorry?
Yeah.
At least it was easier to walk through the worm poison lake.
Much thicker and awful to move. You'll see you like start to like pull, and you notice like, oh, it's, and you yank and kind of stumble forward and catch yourself, but not without like dumping your hand down into some of the muck, and notice.
God damn it.
What's the holdup back there, Streak? You good?
Lost my boot. Just give me a second. I'm gotta dig in the mud for it. God damn it.
Is your boot stuck with your foot in it, or?
No, the foot's out. The boot's just gone.
Great.
Do you want help looking for it?
If you want to help.
Can I just like use my staff to feel around for it without actually like?
You've been using your staff as like a walking stick to try and be careful thus far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you guys kind of come over and you begin feeling around and like you kind of hit it and after feel there's
Does the
like
staff push it deeper?
no,
Oh,
it's
no.
just stuck under an old root and everything is unfortunately like well lubricated from the mud and muck, so slid right out.
Oof.
Can we pull it out?
Going noodling.
I am. It's my boot.
Bend down and do your best. You're able to keep head mostly above water as you kind of
Thank
reach
God.
down and like shake it for a second and like pull, get it loose. And is not the most enjoyable experience as you guys travel, get your boot back on, and oh boy. Rough. Krieg is pretty much covered from chest down in muck and grime now.
Ugh. I hand him the staff now, just so he can like. He'll have the support for a little while.
I guess I have a walking stick now.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess we keep going.
Guys, well into it. Finally, after maybe another 2 hours, it's almost sundown. The sun is starting to touch the horizon far to the west, and you finally, Garrett, you finally guided them to what you presume was a pretty nice hill before a constant storm just destroyed it. And now it's just thankfully dry, and you guys have a few minutes. Second leg of your...
So when you say second leg, you mean like we're gonna camp here for the night?
No, you can keep going.
No.
Yeah, I just mean
going. Okay.
if there's anything you guys need to do.
So it is like
do you
mud ahead again.
Well, I think at this point everyone should try to dump their boots out of the accumulated muck we have already.
Yeah.
If we can find, I'm gonna try to find a nice dry spot to camp where we can, you're gonna want to take your feet out of your socks and air them out when we go to sleep. We'll put new socks on in the morning if we have any.
I mean, we're not staying here, right? We're just gonna keep traveling.
No. We're pausing for a quick rest, maybe a snack.
Yeah.
Krieg, do you want to see if you can brush some of that stuff off of you? Maybe roll in the grass a bit.
Sure,
Yeah,
let's
that's not a
all
bad
roll
idea.
the grass.
I think I find a stick and awkwardly try and scrape myself off a little bit.
I'm just
It doesn't
imagining
work.
us all lying a foot apart from each other, just parallel and all synchronized, rolling in the grass.
trying to get some of the mud off.
Making
Yeah.
grass angels.
Yeah.
That is exactly what I'm doing.
We don't tell Bex about this.
Well, now I have to. Man, if only
I will
we had
shoot
those
you.
earrings. Oh man, I forgot. We were supposed to ask Cassie about the earrings. God damn it! When we go back, I guess.
Boy, Krieg, you notice something as you're kind of just laying in the grass, just trying to dry off for a moment.
Mhm.
Kind of small or something eye that I'm staring at.
I sit up and I stare back at it.
Like a very large, maybe 1.5 long ferret. And it has what looks like a very large...
Ew.
kind of staring at you, almost its back hunched up. That would it is.
I kind of just gesture over at it. Hey guys, there's a cute, deadly thing over there.
Cute and deadly?
Well, you can be cute and deadly, and he definitely seems to have done some killing lately.
He's got the millipede, I guess. That's true. We should probably give it a bit of a wide berth here, and no sense antagonizing it unless any of y'all want ferret for dinner.
Yikes. I think the food I have is fine.
Okay, I'll tell you, I've had worse.
I believe you.
Urinating in this.
Kill it and then roll it around in the grass first.
Well, once you skin it, the mud's not in it no more. I don't know why I said it like that, but that's how I said it.
Okay.
Moving on.
Yeah.
It stares, and after maybe 10 more seconds of it freaking out, it darts off. Hear a slight, like, not a full splash.
Like underwater?
It seemed to go that way. That was the last you saw of it.
Okay. That's a little strange, but sure. Yeah, I guess after we're all dry and have a little snack or whatever, get back on the road.
Yep.
Road you go.
On the road again.
Second half is much like the first. It's actually not as bad. There's like maybe an hour after you leave your lunch break, there's just a chunk that's as awful as you could imagine. But with careful steps and a practiced way of moving, almost single file, to make sure that the lead person has a walking stick to guide them and everyone else follows almost directly in their footsteps, you guys have something of a, a consistent way to travel through.
Yeah.
It not help with your pants and socks and boots being soggy, wet, and mucky, but after that, things get easier. It doesn't get more than up ankles for the most part. Sometimes it's thinner than that and just like shallow and almost nothing. Like this until after sunset. When you guys travel at night, are you
I would suggest so.
How dark is it without it?
you have a little bit of moonlight. Not a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, considering how rough the terrain is,
Yeah,
we probably
I
want some light.
Essentially,
I
I'm
agree.
asking, do you want to be stealthy and even slower, or continue at pace and lose?
That one.
We're hauling ass.
Yeah.
Fortunately, frogs that begin to serenade you as night continues. So, uncomfortable everywhere. Around you, the nightlife coming along. You can vaguely see the Ophirian Ocean reflected in the waves, and showing this beautiful cavalcade of stars ahead of you, a mile or two out. Crashing of waves. Know that somewhere out there, there is hopefully a group of people you want to help, and hopefully a dry place to sleep. Want to do any searching, or eventually find a dry place, sleep?
I mean, it's dark. I don't think we're going to be able to do much searching in the dark.
Yeah, I
But
feel like we're
that's
gonna
just
have to
me.
research everything that we look at today anyway, so I think it's probably worth sleeping.
Oh. Garrett, you guiding them with lantern in one hand and walking stick in the other. Onward and find a maybe like the ocean is in eye shot, and you can hear the waves kind of crashing into the beach, but as there's kind of like a cresting hill and Near the top of it, as it kind of levels out, is a ring of stone, burnt out.
Can we tell how recently it was, like, how recent someone was here?
I think Rohan could.
No.
Okay.
But I do think Rohan can ask Garrett.
Okay. I am going to use my special feature called Masterful Expertise, and I'm gonna re-roll that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Absolute lad remembers. Again.
That's int. It's better, but not much better. I'll
You used your good luck on the looking for tracks roll earlier. Sorry.
Yeah.
You'll get another one. It is well after sundown. Being so far away from trees and mountains and everything, at least slightly more comforting when it comes to... Oh, you aren't... This travel has taken something out. Just through the amount of cardio you've had to do lifting your book, and it can't be that old. And mostly gather from the fact that things move through here and it rains very often, and there's still evidence of, charcoal and burnt wood here. Probably would have been ash that would have been walking in the rain, so can't say it's been too long.
This is probably where the Beacon Knights set up camp.
Yeah, I think we should set up camp here too. Seems like there's a fire set up and everything already.
Might as well.
Yeah. Do we want to take watches?
We probably should, but
Yeah.
is there any wood nearby that we can use for a fire, or anything that'll burn without being smoke-tastic?
Without, I mean, if there is anything here, it's going to be wet, and wet wood gives...
Yeah. That's what I thought.
unless you guys bought things with...
We'll just have tinder and stuff for lighting fires.
I mean, I'll say, like, if it's something that you logically, like, retcon that he would.
No, he probably would not have brought like wood because like that's just heavy and takes up space, and usually you're not in the middle of a swamp looking for wood at 11 o'clock at night. So all right, I guess there's no fire tonight, but we're gonna want to try to set up some watches, air your feet out best you can. You don't want to get I mean, it's trench foot, but like, didn't really have trench warfare back then, so
Don't want to get your feet discovered. Eventually.
Yeah. I'll take first watch. Garrett had to deal with our friends last night, so I can do it.
Yeah, I can take second.
Cool.
All right, I will take last and see y'all in the morning.
Amazing.
I will say 9 hours total. Hours of sleep.
Perfect.
Get you through most of the night. Oh boy, it's already well after sundown when you got here. It's a rough one. Watch Rowan.
Yes.
Clock tick. Well past midnight. Around you. Are you guys leaving the...
No, we don't have infinite
No.
oil.
No. So.
Yeah.
Mostly your eyes, using the starlight to guide your vision, and nothing out of...
Okay.
Yes.
You're satisfying knowing that you have weapons that can kill at a moment's notice. Out here in this dangerous comfort, but for better or worse, the fact that there's nothing obvious to be afraid of, the fact that there's no known enemy, no entity out there. Obviously, the Umbrae are out. The fact that there's nothing is... But
And it's fucking dark.
that darkness, you notice for... of a pair of eyes. Water's edge.
Are they like big eyes, little eyes, animal eyes?
They're very beady, and they can't tell much more. Didn't roll that good.
Yeah. And they're just staring at me. They aren't doing anything.
Kind of were, frowns keeping your eyes, and these eyes reflect the edge of a nearby pool of water.
I'm just gonna keep my crossbow ready and stare back at them.
Ew.
That I do. I do not move, just stare.
Up on you while you're staring for over an hour.
Yeah.
After just over an hour of that, the eyes just kind of peering from view.
I shrug and continue my rounds.
Nothing else of note happens, and passing out once more. Or sleep is needed if you're at all yourself for tomorrow.
Right, I guess it's my turn for watch.
Done, Garrett. It's wake up time.
Hooray! Oh, I guess I wake up. I ask Strigg if they've seen anything on their watch.
There were some eyes over there, but they're gone now. And then I go to sleep immediately.
No conversation.
I wonder if that was our weasel friend from earlier. Ferret, sorry, not weasel. don't want to get the two confused. Well, they're different, but they're the same. Yeah.
Well, he's literally a ferret, but metaphorically a weasel.
Exactly. Yes. So I guess I start keeping watch. I'm assuming the sun is slowly starting to come up now, or
Soon
is
enough
that going to
it
be for a
will
little
be,
bit
yeah.
longer?
My God!
I am nothing
guys,
if not
what the
consistent.
What?
I said I'm nothing if not consistent. I'm gonna save my reroll for this scene. I'm gonna go with it.
You keep your eyes peeled for any other eyes. Or none. 5 minutes before the large frog gets 5 feet away from you and croaking as loudly as it can. Otherwise, while it heads off and swims down, hides down into the muck and swims, begins to rise, and later, as you for aggressive strides, see further, notice more detail. An ocean. Your eyes as peeled as you can. Yay. And as another morning, beautiful Marauders Coast, sleeping and getting almost a palate cleanser, you realize just how awful everything's. Sitting stagnant water.
Ugh.
Bugs, the worms, everything.
Yep.
Brushing off just all of the things that require, even in a dry spot, newly dated. Anything else before heading to the...
Other than checking to see if there's anything else around here that looks like it was from the Beacon Knights, I can't think of anything else.
Now, it's obvious that this was a lot of the grass was patted down or even torn up by hand around it. Like, you guys didn't need to do anything to prepare this camp.
Mhm.
Fairly recent, just that and the fact that there's ash and charcoal from the wood. But otherwise, whatever they may have left, if it were them, they were very careful.
Okay.
Alright.
Take nothing but prints.
Okay.
That phrase.
I have. Oh yeah, I was in the
Yeah.
Scouts.
Yeah, so that pack up for day of hunting up and down the. Oh, first question is,
Bill Garrett, I think.
question. Third question.
No splitting up.
Yeah, I don't think we should split up.
I think Garrett's still leading, and
Yeah, we don't want to split up.
Yeah, I'm leaning south just because like we went northwest from Mercury Town, and we know they left from Mercury Town, so it feels like maybe they would have, like, if anything, we might have overshot to the north as opposed to. Yeah.
I mean, that sounds as good a place as any to start.
Yeah.
I mean, immediately looking. I mean, how close are we to the coast? Can we see it from here?
Oh, yeah, yeah, from where you are, you can see camp, or like once you walk.
Like from where the camp is right now. If I
You can
look
see
out,
the ocean, but you can't like see the coast.
okay.
Um,
So if we head towards the coast a bit, I think, and then head up or down once we can see the coast line, because that's going to be where the ship crashed. It's not going to be far inland.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe we can see the ship from here, like from the coast where we are.
Right.
Yeah. Do we? I guess. Yeah, I guess first we just head to the coast straight from the camp and see if we can see anything on the coast.
Yeah.
Take out like the shallow waters and part of the. You notice that there is something of a cliff down to the beach, about maybe. Is this rocky, like jagged outcrop?
What's the terrain like on our side of the cliff? Is it still all that super marshy stuff, or does it firm up a bit?
It's not as marshy.
All right.
Like there's still some occasional, but much more like stone.
All right. I think we should stay up here on the cliff for now,
Yeah.
because if we go down the cliff, we might end up having trouble getting back up for a ways. But it's always easier to go down the cliff than to come back up the cliff.
Yeah, and I feel like 10 feet away, we should still be able to see a ship. Like, I
Right.
don't imagine we'd miss it if we were going to see it on the coast.
I'll never
yeah.
argue against keeping the high ground.
Great, perfect. Yeah.
Heading south.
South.
Heading south, but just staying on the, like, rocky outcropping.
It ebbs and flows. Sometimes it's more sandy, sometimes it's more rocky, sometimes it's taller, sometimes it goes up to like, sometimes it's only a cup. Dive using your hand, lie down and reach. After maybe half an hour of walk south, something glimmering, reflecting this.
How easy is it to get down to the beach from where we are that we're seeing this glimmer?
I would say it's maybe 7 or 8 feet. It's rocky. It's not like a stone mountain, but it's kind of
Okay.
rocky with some dirt. Be safe to climb up and down without having to roll anything, but it would definitely be impossible to do so if something attacked. If that makes sense.
So if something attacks us while we're going down or up,
Yeah, especially like
it
getting
would be
back
tricky.
up would be easy if you're not in a hurry. If you're in a hurry, it would be very difficult.
Okay.
Okay.
I think maybe
I mean-
just, like, one of us hops down and just checks if it's anything worth looking at even.
Yeah, and then I think either if we're gonna do that, either Strig or I should stay up here to cover whoever goes down there. But yeah,
Yeah.
Strig's had the best luck. They should stay up top.
Yeah, maybe that's reasonable. Yeah, do you want to hop down, I guess?
Sure. I will take a look at what we've got there.
Careful moment later, Garrett, you fight and climb down this tenuous, but not at all overall dangerous. Make your way into where it kind of so much nicer. Like, yeah, it's salt water, but it's clean. And there's that moment, like, smelling it where you realize just how bad things smell. Head over to these small, like a beer sign, a beer mug with a brass binding on it.
Okay.
In mug, and then a slightly dulled brass binding again around the middle of it.
Looking up or down the coast, do I see anything else?
Not immediately. Give me a int.
That's more like it. No. I'll keep that.
Down, look up. There was nothing. You were keeping your eyes. There's nothing else to the north, but south. You think like large wood or something stuck in the surf and getting hit and bombarded with low waves, right?
Okay. So I call up to everyone up on the cliff and I just go, hey, I found a mug. I think I see something a little bit further south. Let's head there. I'll stay down here if you guys want to follow along from up top.
Cool. Does the mug, like, do we recognize the mug from, like, is it the kind of mug that they had at, what was the place called? In Rikiri Town. Yeah.
No, it does not. They didn't have a singular kind of mug, but this...
Yeah.
It doesn't have barnacles on it, but I wouldn't drink out.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
Also,
Alrighty.
they're totally not pirates, or not pirates at the Driftwood. I didn't say it last session, but they're not pirates.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we head south, and I guess Shriek and I stay up top, and Carrot continues. We all continue, but Carrot's down.
Yeah, you guys are now
Right.
kind of, you are being his proverbial guardian angels now.
Yes.
That something tries to maul him.
Exactly.
Quickly and possible another Carrot, you come upon a large chunk of wood, and that's definitely, like, that's too big to be wood from, like, it could arguably be from, realistically, it's a broken piece of wood from a part of a ship.
Okay. So, I kind of want to look at it from both sides, make sure I'm not missing anything. Does it have like a name on the ship or on
It's a single plank of wood.
Oh, it's just a plank of wood. Okay.
It's a large plank, like maybe 9.5 feet long and broken at one side.
But still just a plank. Okay. All right. So I guess I yell up at everyone. I think we're on the right path here. Heading this way. It looks like we're running into some more flotsam.
Can you, like, check under the water line and, like, see if underwater you can see any other wood or anything?
Yeah, I can take a look. Well, I'm not gonna like swim. I'm just gonna kind of look at the water, see if there's anything more in like the surf. Ish.
Looking at you, something else, like out of the sand, maybe 1.5 feet of water, also just kind of reflecting maybe 50.
Yeah, I'll go for that.
Ice, brass.
Okay. Okay, so I put it along with the mug into my backpack that I was wearing. That obviously I put the mug in there earlier. I wasn't just running around with a mug in my hand. So I'm like, all right, I found a knife, but not much else. I think we should keep heading south.
Cool. Let's keep going.
Or more little just bits of things. Like whatever happened. Direction that the waves and the ocean took.
I think the next time that like the outcropping gets down to like 2 feet from the sand or whatever, I'm gonna hop down to join Garrett. Just for the sake of, I have alert and I can't be surprised, so I figure if somebody's gonna ambush us, I'll at least see them coming a little bit.
Are you heading down too, or no?
I mean,
Nope, I'm staying up here.
I also can't be execution attacked.
Right, yeah.
So
One of you can't be surprised, one of you can't be.
I also can't be execution attacked, so.
Well, Streak's plan is ruined.
Fuck, I can't kill you guys.
You made that joke last week.
Did I? Fuck!
Yeah.
Oh, no.
it's okay.
Like, are you interested in picking up these things, or, like, is the fact that, like, it's obvious that this is stuff from a shipwreck?
I mean, only if we're seeing anything like super interesting. Otherwise, we're gonna just end up looking like pack rats.
Yeah.
In that case, give me another int note.
Can I
Kind
do
of like,
that too?
because it's definitely getting more. If you notice anything. Wow. There it is.
Can I do one too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nice. Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
As you guys are continuing on, Garrett, you find, like, just, like, nice, just brass kitchenware. Like, bits and pieces, knife here, a fork there, that sort of thing. Generally, like, you know, it probably needs a shine, but brass is brass.
Alright. I mean, it's relatively lightweight stuff, so I'll pick up a little bit of what I find, add it to the pouch
Also, at
there.
one point, like, you see something else shining, and you go to grab it, and you like almost like prick your finger, and you're like, oh, shit.
Mhm.
Like, notice it's like a large, a thin layer of sand over it, like just starting to get consumed by the ocean now.
I like safely brush the glass off.
The sand off.
Here, yeah. Well, yeah.
Oh, right.
Very obvious with how thick the glass is, how much general wear and tear it's obviously seen that glass from, like, a porthole or a captain's cabin.
Okay.
Very thick and well done. But yeah, you get a variety of other little just pet type thing. The biggest thing that probably sticks out to you is a very, I don't want it, but there's a very large brass cauldron that it's maybe 4 feet tall, upside down, like just getting, like it's stuck in the.
I put it over my head. No, I'm kidding. There, I have no way to carry that.
It's large enough that if you put it over your head, it would also go over your.
Yeah, I have no way to carry that.
I have this like crazy idea that like it's so stupid.
Diving bell.
Well, like yeah, like put it over one of us and we like drift along in the ocean towards wherever we're going, so that nobody can.
Physics don't work for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
no.
do.
That's
You have like the air.
like that scene in fucking Pirates of the Caribbean
Yeah.
where it's like, wait a minute, how did they not just float to the surface?
Yeah, where they got the
No, but like I think it would be like where our feet could still touch the ground. It would just be, so that all somebody would see is a cauldron floating at a very
at a very conspicuous pace, very convenient.
Yeah, followed by two actual people.
This is our pet cauldron. Don't worry about
watching
it.
The cauldron.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even notice. the people.
no, it's fine.
Um,
We're gonna leave that there,
No,
but I'm gonna keep an eye out for it.
it is.
I
I
do
do
think-
like.
I do think I'll take it out of the water and just put it on the sand and like turn it up right side up, just so that like it's there if we like want to find it later.
What does Rohan find with his almost double my roll?
+3, almost double.
I rolled a 7. He rolled
rolled a 9.
He rolled a no.
You
He
rolled
rolled
a
a
9.
12.
Yeah, you rolled a 9.
Yeah, but you rolled a
12.
9.
Oh, I thought I rolled a 7. Never
No,
mind.
7 was the 7 was initially looking for evidence.
Okay.
9 was
Yes.
looking into the.
Yes, you're right. Okay. So yeah, so he rolled 3 better than I did.
Bro,
My mistake.
Like, while you guys are kind of like looking at this, you kind of like almost like but like this is like probably kind of thing that like a fucking like tavern in a city. But very nice.
Okay.
Kind of like stumble back after like it kind of like almost loses. Begin looking and kind of keeping an eye at everything, and you see something almost completely enveloped in the sand, maybe a foot and a half beyond the water line. Only see it from like an intense wave that just pulled enough of the water out that it was visible for maybe half a second. And you get down there and start to reach, and like, you guys have been doing this for a little while, and with all the shit you've been, like, getting wet with seawater isn't the worst thing you're gonna be getting wet with.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit refreshing.
Yeah.
You kind of like have to get down to your knee.
Got the water. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll.
Now you're on like
Yeah.
both knees to get as much like traction as possible. Then like as you're pulling back, like you're also getting billowed by waves to like your chest. So it's like, ugh. Like you can't get a good grip on it. Whatever it is, it's very stuck.
I would just like to say I'm watching this from above with great amusement.
Oh yeah, Straight's got a fucking great viewpoint of all this.
Hey,
I'm like
Rohan,
giving
you
really
want some
bad
help with that?
instructions.
No, I got it. And I just start like digging like sand out from around it just to like get a better hold and pull it again.
All right, give me a strength exert.
All right.
Let's see the strong man digging sand around and giving it a yank. And it finally comes loose, and as it does, you kind of like lose it for a second, and the surf starts to put out. You're like, whoa, 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 and you grab on to a small brass, like almost like handle that's on the side as the surf starts to try and pull it out, and you yank it back. It is a lockbox about 1.5 feet long by about a foot tall. About
Wow. Okay. And I assume it's locked. Yes. Like it's closed.
it is closed, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I will pull it out, get back up to my feet, and show the others. This might be useful.
Probably was very well made when it. It's got some scratches, got like a crack down the side. Not a major one, but like you can see followed the grain of the wood and just kind of like splitting, probably from it smashing a rock or something. Are 2 brass handles.
Okay. Can we like break it open? Well, I guess do we want to, or
Yeah,
do we
you-
just
you
want to
could-
take it like this?
You could smash it against like the rocky outcroppings of the cliff.
Stash it.
All right, yeah, I do it.
Turn around and head towards it. Munching this thing, or you slamming
No,
it?
I'm using as little force as I need to get it
Okay,
open.
that's less fun. I'm sorry, Streak, I'm trying to give you a show here, buddy.
I appreciate it.
I don't want it to be like, oh, look at this very valuable glass figurine that's in here.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was valuable before I threw it against a cliff.
All right, so you just get like hitting it on like the corner of like a jagged rock to kind of like, and
Yeah.
after a few hits, you kind of, it gets a little bit more, and it kind of like hunks, and then a part of it comes off, and a careful couple of moments later, it sounds vaguely like Streak. To you, it sounds like almost a lumberjack that's far away, because of just the sounds of like this hollow wood just hitting something. A pretty consistent.
Fun.
Eventually, you crack it open. Inside, there is, first off, what seems to be a few minnows that just kind of flop out, along with some seawater.
I tossed them back into the water.
Back into the water, and they.
Those I toss as hard as I can.
He doesn't even see what you're throwing. I imagine, like you just sees you bend down,
No.
like it looks like you're throwing sand or something.
Yeah. You don't see what I'm throwing, but in the air you do just see some flying fish just like
They're
sailing
like
off
the size
into
of,
the
like, your
distance.
finger, if that.
Yeah.
And inside, as you kind of like, essentially like you carefully try and splinter it so it goes around where the lock.
Yeah.
There you get that, and you drag it open, and it cracks again. A very loud, satisfying crack as it is completely open. Inside is a ruined velvet, like bedding for what looks like a very nice rupee amulet. Is
Okay.
gold and ruby. On either side of it are these small inlays in the velvet where it looks like something else would go. Don't see anything on it.
Okay. I mean, I definitely take the ruby amulet.
The amulet has... So the amulet, it's not just an amulet. It has 2 smaller amulets on it. Also gold, a smaller on each one, and then what looks like some other blue you don't immediately recognize. Trade.
Absolutely. Okay. Please open. Okay. Trade.
It looks like either aquamarines or sapphires that are kind of flourishing.
Okay. Cool.
All in all, it looks wildly expensive.
Is it like one piece of jewelry? Like
Yes, it is a single
okay.
piece of jewelry.
Okay.
There is no, like, chain to go with it. A 3-piece amulet that is missing the chain.
Okay.
As I said, there were 2, like, insets where it looked like else went that are currently.
Yeah. Okay. Incredible. Yeah, I will show the others and then I'll put in.
I almost buried the lead on this. As you are examining it, you notice on the back of it is the crest of the Parisian royal family.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I definitely. Okay. Yeah, I show the others. Looks like this belonged
what do you got
to
there?
something wildly expensive that looks like it belonged to the Parisian royal family. I think we might have come into a lot of money here, gang.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna be that guy, and we should probably report it to the appropriate authorities.
Now, why would we do that?
Well, let me put it this way. You walk into a pawn shop, right? And you're like, hey, I have this really fancy heirloom that my grandma left me in her will, and unfortunately, I need the money more than I need the heirloom. They take a look at it, they're going to see the Parisian, symbol there, and they're going to be... unless you have a really disreputable pawn shop, they're going to be they're probably not going to want to trade for that.
You're pawning with the wrong people.
Yeah, I think we can find somewhere that will safely take it. Besides, why would I say that my grandma left it?
The driftwood.
Yeah, maybe
They'll
the
probably
Salvage
take it.
Emporium will take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but either way, I'm sure I know somebody who we can work with. Also, we don't need to say that our grandmother left it. We literally found it on the beach. We didn't come by it dishonestly.
Okay. Well, we'll
I mean, not that that's
talk
like,
about that when we get to that bridge. But for now, why don't we keep heading south, see if we find those knights or any of the rest of the wreckage.
Sure. I like glance at Streak and just like shoot him a thumbs up. Just like
I give him the double thumbs up back and nod vigorously.
yeah.
He's gonna talk himself out of his cup.
I feel like Streak and I are just like we're the poor ones here.
I mean,
and Karen is like
don't exactly need the money, so
okay, great. We'll take your cut.
that was out of character. But Garrett's not in a situation where he really would need that money, but we'll see. Well, that's different. That's different.
This is just Garrett showing how fucking hide the body, but don't care, but don't steal.
Yeah, truly,
right,
just
right,
like Streak and I are just like Garrett. Check your privilege, okay?
You hide the body to cover for your crew. You know, your squad comes first.
Fucking
unless they need to get paid.
Man from Artavista with like a wife and a house and everything is just like, guys, I think we should report this to the proper authorities. And we're like, I might be able to eat today.
For the record, like at a glance, Ron, just from what you've seen, this is like by a small manor in Alicir.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Like, obviously that's at a glance, but
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, look, even if we don't pawn it, I think there might be, we might be able to make good use of this. Like, I don't think we need to just hand it over for nothing, even if we are trying to get it to the royal family.
Right.
But anyway. I should actually add this to my inventory.
So, when you say it had the Parisian coat of arms on it, because Ein Ferris is gone, right?
It would mean that it has to do with Ein. It's still known as the...
Okay, so yeah.
It's in some way associated.
So the king and queen of Eindarid, this would be their property, technically.
Or it was commissioned by them, or it was a gift for them, or something.
Okay.
Rowan, you don't have it well known, but like that's well made and expensive. It wasn't like some dude took like an ice pick and carved this into it. It was professionally done.
Yeah. Incredible. Yeah, I'm gonna pocket it. I'm gonna put it in my pack and
What are you doing with the box?
I'm gonna hand it to Garrett and he can deal with it.
The empty box.
Yes.
It's got some soggy saltwater velvet in it.
Is velvet valuable? Or is it like in our world?
Not when it's soggy.
Yeah, it probably would have been valuable if it wasn't.
Okay.
I'm like, I basically accept the box and I'm like, thanks, and just kind of drop it. You know what? Why don't you just put the thing back in the box and just keep it all together?
Because we broke the box open.
The box is never closing again.
Yeah.
I mean, there's closing and there's closing. I mean, how broken open is this? Like, are we talking like the top is smashed or just
the
the
top is
lock
smashed
won't
off.
engage?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah, no, I just drop it on the
Yeah,
ground.
you had to break it around the lock.
I'm not carrying a useless. I'm
At
sorry.
one point it was a nice box.
It was very nice, but it's not.
And Rowan got his grubby little hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely the smart thing to do would have been to leave it closed in this situation.
A smart thing to do would have been javelin it against.
Yeah, that would definitely preserve the
value
amazing
of that
architecture.
amulet getting down by the mill. So, with all that, you guys continue heading down the beach. For the most part, what washes up are, you can see wood, cloth, an old hammock, it looks like. At least of one. And just occasional what look like mess hall type supplies. Plates. Stack of wooden bowls that are together in what looks like a small fishing net.
Did I add a second cooking utensils to my quantity from the little stuff I picked up earlier?
Yeah, I would say you can get like in this case, I would just put like brass like kitchenware.
Okay.
As I said,
add
the one thing when you're acquiring items, you have to know, even if nothing else, where you make sure stuff is in your inventory and where you got it from, along with any kind of description you can
Right.
give. If it doesn't come up for 50 sessions, you have to remember that, because I'm not going to know what's in your inventory. So, you guys continue on looking through the wreckage as it gets thicker and thicker, and
We're all just like updating our notes real quick because we forgot.
On beach and shipwreck.
see what looks like a small, like, miniature lighthouse sticking out of the surf. Waves barreling around it.
What is the name of this ocean again? Or like this
Ophirian
beach?
Ocean.
Ophirian?
Yeah.
Is that what the
It's called
F,
the
or-
Marauders Coast.
Okay. Incredible. I see. Okay, sorry.
A model lighthouse, maybe two and
Is there something underneath it? Like, is it attached to something?
not that you can see, but you're still.
Okay.
Also, Streak's still up top.
Oh no, I'm still up here. Up here.
Make your way. He's just giving fucking like. Streak's gonna save you guys again. I'm calling it now.
I mean, 100%.
You guys are gonna get attacked by like fish, and Streak's gonna have to start sniping.
No, I befriended the minnows by throwing them back. They would never hurt me. They'll tell all their friends not to attack me. Yeah, I wanted them to not be stuck on the shallow end, like just hit the sand and and die in like the shallow end of the ocean.
Anyway, so as you get closer, you notice when you get a little bit closer, that's a bronze cannon.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. Is it like intact?
I mean, the cannon part of it definitely is. It's just stuck probably to ground, sticking almost straight up. Don't see any wheels or anything.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I don't imagine we can. I don't know what to do with the cannon, so I think this means we're in the right direction, at least. Yeah, if anybody wants anything to do with the cannon.
The cannons, like low quality brass ones, run.
This might be something we want to point out to the local authorities and see if maybe we can get a finder's fee, as there's no way that we can carry this back to anywhere unless, Rohan, you want to try to fit that in your backpack.
How I mean, it's very heavy, yes.
It's a
like
bronze cannon.
Okay, I just needed to make sure.
It's bigger than you are.
I just needed to make sure. I didn't want to get like, I don't know, a half a day's travel away, and then Robert is like, oh, it was like 5 pounds or whatever. I'm like, oh,
It shoots
I've never seen a
5-pound cannonballs.
I mean, I've never interacted with a cannon, both in character or out of character. How would I know?
Actually, in character, you probably would have, seeing as how you were in the Navy.
Oh, that's actually very true. You're correct. You're right. All right, in character, I definitely knew that I couldn't carry this.
Yeah, I would say it probably weighs somewhere in 1.5 to 2 tons.
Okay. Sure, we can point this out to somebody. Maybe get a finder's fee.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep your hands off of the amulet and we're fine. No, I'm kidding. We'll figure out what to do with the amulet later.
Maybe talk to your friend at the Driftwood
Sure, yeah.
Supply Depot. Maybe he'll trade it for those earrings you want.
Yeah.
Well, we
You
want.
guys will just have to sit there for 3 days while the crew comes and confirms the cannon and brings it.
Quick, take a picture.
Quick,
Streak,
take a
sketch us with it. Sketch us with it.
To prove it's real. Right. So, as you guys continue, this is a very goofy session.
It's got a watermark. It's got a watermark.
You
You just dip it in the ocean a little bit. I'm sorry.
Our proof that there's a cannon in the ocean is that we have been near water in the past few days.
If you lick it, it's salty.
So, you guys continue. With the best view, you are the first to notice what looks like a very large pile of shit. For
Literal or metaphorical shit?
metaphorical, like
Okay.
all kinds of
Okay.
shipwreck.
I definitely thought you meant literal.
I did as well.
And
Okay.
we're making our way towards the lighthouse too, correct?
The lighthouse was
I think the cannon was
Yeah.
the lighthouse, yeah.
Oh, it was at the lighthouse.
Yeah,
Okay.
it just
Yeah,
once
yeah.
you got closer, I was like, oh, it's actually a cannon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Alrighty.
I guess I'd call out to them and just kind of point out that there's a lot more stuff if they keep going that way.
Cool.
I think we should go that way.
It is then, Strieg, that you notice smoke.
Ooh.
Oh, and it might be on fire.
Okay.
We should
I'm gonna
go that
jog
way
over there.
cautiously.
Oh, I was gonna say we should go that way quickly.
I mean, do you want to run into a fire?
If they're about to die from it. Wait,
Well-
can we see if the stuff is on fire or like is
Can't
there?
make it out. Like,
Okay.
Yeah, you're just seeing smoke. Strieg can see a little bit more, but whatever it is, it's very close.
Okay, is the smoke coming from the pile or like?
Nearby,
guess-
definitely.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll approach cautiously. I'm gonna keep an eye out.
As you be heading down, believe it, we're gonna take another break. So, as you guys begin to pick up the pace, Streak, you do not see it, but Rowan, you and Garrett see tents set up.
Okay.
Go ahead and pop it down.
On.
Okay, so we are in the upper right hand
You guys are probably
corner
further
here.
up than that. You're like back here
Oh,
somewhere.
I'm just seeing black.
Okay.
Let me refresh.
Do you
Oh,
like hand
it's my
make
birthday.
these maps, or do they just like? Oh, it's your birthday today?
No, in game it's my
It's
birthday
Rowan's
today.
birthday.
Yeah.
What were
Okay.
you saying, Dave?
So do you like? Do you make each of these maps? I'm assuming they have like art things that you can put in there, or I wasn't sure if you had like a generator that did it for you.
No, I make the maps.
Okay, no, that's impressive.
Yeah.
That
I
is part
really
of why I.
I need to
Yeah.
get better at it. Like
Oh, wow.
I get like bored once I get most of the detail. I get short.
Y'all need to like zoom in at the coastline just to the left of the tents here. It gets super detailed with all the stuff in it.
So much shit in there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's impressive. This is why I am worried about running my own module, because I'm trying to DM for my friends, and I'm worried about running my own modules because they wouldn't come out half this nice versus
I
running
use
the pre-made modules.
I did theater.
Yeah. Anyways,
So,
moving on.
With that, Krieg, you cannot make them out because again, there's 8-10 foot thing, but you can see that there's a smoldering fire coming from here, and Rowan, you and Garrett can see seemingly talking.
I really see. This is the kind of time where I really wish I could cast more than one spell, because I really want to like make myself invisible and just go listen to them or something. But then I'll be useless in combat forever.
Well, just until we go to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we probably just approach, right?
Yeah. Just I unlimber my bow, but I don't like aim it at them. I just kind of have it at my side.
Yeah, I have my staff in hand.
Classic bow and walking stick combo. Streak, what are you doing?
I'm gonna keep following along on the top of the cliff, but kind of like crouch down, and as I get closer, almost kind of slithering along on my stomach, just so that they don't see me above.
Okay, give me a dex sneak with a +4.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, boy.
Krieg, you guys don't even know where Streak is at this point. Like, he disappears over the cliff, and you guys are like, "Oh, he's probably there somewhere."
Alrighty. We can walk?
Yeah, the two of you begin heading up. I'm also trying the last couple sessions I've been trying a new like directed camera. And as you get close, one of them just kind of stumbles and just, "Hi, let's quickly like draws a cross, not pointing it at you, but with it. What's going on? So we got some friends here."
Yeah. Ooh, am I here alone, Garrett?
As you get closer, you can see there are more of them.
Alrighty.
Also, you'll notice I've started like fucking with the numbers. That way, they're not a giveaway if you find the highest numbered one first.
Nice.
How do these? How are these guys looking? Are they like looking ragged? Do they look like they're
not in great shape?
They're not in great shape. Okay.
I guess we didn't discuss whether we wanted to hide that we are here for Beacon Knights or not, because I don't think these are them. Can I tell? Like, they're not in armor or anything.
No,
right?
these are not. Like, they look like they've been here for a while, and you know, when you look at their surroundings and things.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna channel Cassie and, when in doubt, be honest. Hi, we're here looking for some friends of ours who've gotten lost. I understand you guys have been in a shipwreck, it looks like. I think possibly our friends might have come to see you, actually. Have you seen any travelers coming this way?
Oh, travelers, kind of like look to two that have kind of met you, kind of. Is Garrett still staying back, by the way?
I've come up with Rohan. I'm a little bit like not immediately next to him, but just slightly. I should have moved myself, shouldn't I have?
In case Rohan takes.
Yeah.
It just kind of like, as you're kind of mentioning. I mean, yeah, Van Avwin kind of turns. Oh, haven't seen. Oh, hey, maybe you all can help us, actually.
Help you with what?
Like they kind of motion. They kind of like motion behind them where there is what looks like a small cave.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're in there. But and like she's messed up. Like her hair's matted. She's headlock matted. Just look, we could. They kind of motion. We could, but whatever you want here. Kind of motion again to.
Well, I mean, do you have anyone? I kind of move up a little bit further just so I'm not shouting. Do you have anyone? I'll move up to about here. Like coming to get you guys? Like, do you need someone to come get you?
We had some people who were supposed to be out, and we had a group we sent out to supposed to be going to get hopefully help. But if you all help, I mean.
Well, we just came from Rakuri Town, and they don't seem to have heard about this too much, other than there being a rumor that there might possibly sort of be a shipwreck out here.
Maybe you all could help us. Like, and you can see like woman just kind of winces a bit, almost rubs her temple. No. Oh, all in that cave.
Okay.
And something out, and I just...
Can you tell us anything else about what's in there?
Please. It's watery. Watery. Creepy and dark, but...
Out of character, why do I feel like as we duck down into the cave, we're about to get brained by these people?
Yeah, can we just like get a read on them or something? I mean, like it sounds like they're not doing well, so I guess I kind of believe them. But
Rowan, give me a wisdom.
Yeah. And it's not
And
just
it's
the
not
marsh.
your boots right now. But it might be Strieg wafting it downwind.
Hold on.
Ouch!
give me 1 second.
Can we
Is it-
can we confer with my friend here first?
Please.
Is it worth reading their mind? Because I can do that, but that will be my one spell for the day.
I mean, I think you kind of figured out what we need to know from your wisdom check.
That's fair. But I guess we might be able to tell if they know where the Beacon Knights are if I read their mind.
It could be in the cave.
Yeah, but
That
I don't
is
want to
true.
go in. But they want us to go in the cave, and clearly they're lying. So,
When is it time for the magical shortcut?
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna read her mind. Yeah, I immediately receive an impression of the target's surface thoughts and interests, understanding them regardless of any lack of a shared language, and I can ask one question of the target's memories, and if they fail a mental save, then I get an answer to a question.
I would recommend asking if they know where the Beacon Knights are. Like
Well, these...
that would be my recommendation, but
The fuck's in the cave? Be fun.
called it.
Oops, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I think. One sec. And the spell ends. I'm trying to figure out if.
That spell is...
Yeah, it sounds like even if they fail a mental save, they don't know that I've cast it.
Caster may ask...
I mean, sorry, even
No,
if
the target can make...
they. Yeah.
Weird thing, I know I told you this, but like spell slots count up. It shouldn't say slots, it should say...
Right. I think
Now
it
you
was. Yeah.
Okay. Ends if the same... Otherwise, so essentially the risk is right now you can read their survey.
Right. Okay, I think I'll ask. I'll just like ask out loud, like, and I guess before we go in there to help you, just we're here on business, so I have to ask. You're sure you haven't seen any knights come through here?
Knights? No, we... Be in this spot if there were knights here? All
Can
you're
I?
doing is go. Stop asking questions and go. Go in the cave.
Just like them, like.
Yeah, that's what they're thinking.
Okay, that sounds like it was the Beacon Knights. Okay, we'll.
You know what we should have established? I just realized. We should have established like a code word to like attack before Streak got up there by themselves and can't hear us. Anyways,
Streak can
but
probably hear everything
I
going
said that
on.
out of character. Well,
Yeah.
true. I said that out of character and not in character. Because they're right next to me. In character, I turned to Rohan and I'm like, why don't we confer a little bit here?
Yeah.
And we back away.
As you go to back away, crossbow is now being held in both hands. But Lori and Anne, what's going on? And we know you're not going to try and back at night. Klisel got that look about you.
We're outnumbered by a
smell
lot.
about
Why would we
you.
do that?
Like we said, we're out here looking for our friends. You haven't seen them.
Toilet, please. Toilet.
And I'm still within 100 feet, so I should still be able to read her thoughts. Can I get any sense of like, is she about to attack?
No. Right now, she's like, I hope he's got a plan. Not go away.
Okay. Yeah, I think I take a few steps back away from them, out of earshot, and then I just like relay all of this to Garrett.
Yeah, we're not saying we're leaving. We're just talking for a second here to figure out our next steps. We'll just be right here. So I step back a little bit too.
Yeah, I relay everything that I just like heard and figured out to Garrett, and I'm like, we're definitely not helping them, but what do we want to do?
Oh, if we try to.
It sounds like the Beacon Knights are definitely in there.
Took us a day and a half to get here.
I guess the question is, do we want to fight them before we go in?
I mean, with Streak hidden up there, assuming Streak is up there, I know they can probably get the jump on at least one of them.
Imagine Streak's like position, like laying down, like
Oh,
crosshairs
100%.
right on like each of them.
Can I like?
Old arcane.
I guess
The
at this
crossbow
point,
on
can we
each of
see
them?
him? Can
You
you see
guys
Streak?
crossbows at the
you
ready.
cannot see Streak. You have no idea where he is. You're just assuming, like, you know, he was like, oh,
The decorative crossbows aimed and ready.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we gotta fight. I think it would be a bad idea to walk in before
Taking them out.
we. Yeah. Is there any way we can signal to Streak?
Do you think they might know Jack and Molly?
I was wondering about that, but I don't think so. Based on because
She
Molly
wanted
said that she wanted revenge. Yeah. And she said that this wasn't her ship, so I kind of believe
True.
her. It doesn't seem like she's capable of lying.
True. I feel like if we do really try to leave, they might go for us because that was the intent I was getting.
Yeah. Ooh, okay, actually, I know what I can do. Can I like literally hold on. My what's it called? Like pretty lights works up to 10 feet away, I think. Can I like 10 feet away and like 10 feet straight up and just over the cliff to where it's out of sight of the people? Can I just put up words that are like, we have to fight? So that Streak can read them?
Freak, shoot them.
Or like shoot or just something?
yeah. I mean, you'd have to get close to them if you want it to be hidden.
Yeah, I think I'll just like sort of slowly saunter over this direction while Garrett and I are chatting.
Make it look like you're checking out the cave or something.
Yeah, I'll just like lean back against the wall just so like it seems like we're just casually chatting.
Conjure a shoot and just kind of like want it to be visible, like so that it points everywhere that you would.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does Streak read?
Yeah.
I can't fucking read.
Oh man.
So you do that like casually, like you kind of can't this quickly, and you conjure parchment, say.
Hold on, I need to check.
Do we know if
wait.
Streak can even read? I mean,
Okay, good point. I'm gonna get rid of that and then put up a parchment that is a stick figure holding a bow and arrow and shooting. Or like holding a crossbow and shooting or whatever.
Do I see it?
I mean, it's kind of like you're like laid down, so it's like out of your periphery. You see it appear in the same place as the last one, and now it's like a stick figure with a crossbow, and then like pointed at somebody with like X's for eyes.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Alright, so if I've got a crossbow in each hand, can I take 2 shots?
No, you need both hands to aim one crossbow. Very large.
oh come on, we can't have hand crossbows. All right.
Oh, you can. Streak doesn't.
I see.
Alright, which one did you say had the crossbow held at the ready? Was it her?
That would be.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Execution shot. Go for it.
I think we like probably start like walking back because we're gonna need to be in fighting range. Like we don't want to let him get shots off once Streak shoots. So
How many of them have ranged weapons? Like who else? So 6 has the crossbow. What do any of the other ones have?
Crossbow, you haven't like. They're a little bit further away. Like this one's got its back turned to you. Can't really see.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk back up to them and yeah, I'll just sort of like start talking, just like, all right, we think we are going to help you guys out. We are thinking that possibly the knights that we're looking for are. I'm just like sort of trying to kill time and like get them into like a false sense of security. Just like we think that the knights that we're looking for might have come through here before you guys got here and maybe gone into the cave. So probably helping you guys out is a good idea.
Riley, who
I'm honestly just killing time until Streak shoots.
Yeah, I take an execution shot on the guy with the crossbow. Yeah.
Garrett, are you standing next to me?
I can move up, I guess.
I mean, it's okay if you aren't, but I just want to know.
I mean,
okay.
I've got range and I've got enough skill that I can actually technically shoot someone from like right in their face.
Okay.
So.
No. Oh, okay.
that you guys see as from atop the cliff a crossbow perfectly penetrates the neck of the gentleman. His crossbow.
Yay. Because I have alert, we add +1 to our initiative. Okay, good.
Okay. Where is my initiative roll again? Attribute.
Yay.
Oh, you roll the initiative.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember, it's team initiative.
That's right.
So, with that, it is your guys' turn.
Alrighty. Was that Streeg's turn, or does
No,
Streeg
that
get
was
another?
pre-combat.
Okay, cool.
Now
Okay.
they are aware. You cannot try and execute them.
Yeah,
They
I'm
cannot
gonna.
see me. I am still hidden.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
walk
go-
up and take a hit at. At Riley.
You're gonna go for Riley.
Yeah, I'll staff it.
I will say you are hidden, but they are they are aware that someone just shot at them from that direction. And
All
instinctively
right.
like duck down. You can take a shot. You would get an advantage. Like you would get like a +4 on the shot.
Okay.
It's
Over
been a
to
while.
Rowan.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember if I'm doing this correctly. I'm assuming that doesn't hit.
A 5 is not going to hit.
Yeah. All right. God damn it. Does it change something or? Okay.
Might just like that's why it says stuff.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right.
All right.
Garrett,
It
It was
Streak.
a whiff for me.
Okay. How do I specifically select someone? I just click on them?
I should think you don't just as long as I know who you're.
Okay. I'm gonna go for 4, and I am gonna take a bow shot at him.
Bow already drawn. You quickly and deftly. As he's standing up and like ducking, like he ducks almost like behind the tent to get cover from where the crossbow is. And as he does, he starts to come around it to like draw something and start charging at you. And as you like see him, you just and it goes right through the chest.
That's 6 damage. Okay.
I'm gonna take a shot at Castaway 6.
6-2.
6 the second.
Right. Got +4. Oh, where you?
Holy shit.
Even when they are ready, even when they are ducking for cover, you watch as this guy like stumbles around, kind of like jagged, rusty short sword, as he's like charging towards you, Rowan. And at the same time, you just see out of the corner of your eye as Streak stands up, like getting onto one knee to get the perfect shot, shoots through the tent, past the guy that just got downed by Garrett, and immediately just impaled. A little bit lower towards the clavicle, but not the perfect shot, but it's a kill shot nonetheless.
Yeah.
You guys killed 3 of them before they got to do anything.
Yeah.
Right, Riley will be first. Riley is going.
Yep. Of course.
Where did I get a -1? Just real quick on my inflicts damage. It's 1d8 +1 plus -1. Why is that?
I'd administer. Not shoot. Kill from bow.
Oh, how do I fix that?
I just fixed it. Very funny. It was going off of your list.
Yeah, I don't know how it would do that. And then
I'm really hoping Riley doesn't.
yeah. Okay.
I feel like it's gonna be so, I don't know, embarrassing. If Street kills 2 people, Garrett kills 1, I whiff a staff attack in melee range and then immediately get killed.
Well, Riley is quickly a practiced motion. Rusty iron.
Thank God.
Take 2 damage, 2 shock damage.
Okay.
And Riley is running. get an opportunity.
Amazing. I will do that.
Melee attack. And as she like slashes at you, like nervously, almost, and gets like her foot kind of stuck in the sand, and you immediately just like grab and like uppercut with your staff right into her chin, and she like comes stumbling back as she's running.
Amazing. Oh, I'm down.
It's down. Ugh.
All right, on our turn.
I love that Rowan ends up in the front because he's the only one without a ranged attack. I feel so bad for him all the time. We need to get that. We need to get that in.
Yeah, or a crossbow or something that he can do from
Some
range.
better armor.
Yeah. Sprig, on our next turn, I want you to aim for that guy who's right next to Rohan.
Mm-hmm.
And Streak, as you are taking that shot.
So number 3. Oh, number 3 is shooting at Streak.
Yeah, number 3's gonna throw a.
You're gonna get pooned.
No shock damage because it's at range. Does a 13 hit?
How do I know if a 13 hits?
What's your AC?
13.
It hits. As you're kind of like watching as Rohan is getting like swarmed, and then they start to fall back. Like you get like this short like that just kind of like clips and cuts at your side. It's kind of rusty, and you just like wincing in pain.
Okay. Still, if you take out the one who aims for Rohan, I can go for the one who shot at you, and then we can revive Rohan. Depending on what Riley does.
Alright, yeah, I'll take the shot at the castaway by Rohan.
Wait a minute. You've taken 2 shots.
You gotta reload.
Thought that was only... Oh, yeah, I have. Wait, can't I just switch to the other crossbow?
You already taken 2 shots. You took one with the,
Oh, yeah, okay.
Alright.
Takes a main action to reload.
That's okay. If you're gonna be spending your action to reload, I'll shoot the one that's closest to him.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna reload.
So which castaway is this guy here?
That is...
Because it's overwriting.
Yeah, I think that's number 2.
Okay, well I will take a shot at whoever's closest to Rohan. That's a fail.
I don't know. Thanks.
Alright, so with that...
For Streak, is it a main action to reload just one bow or both? Or
one.
whatever. Okay, so he can only take 1 shot on the next turn?
This
Yeah.
guy's
Only
coming
take
up to
1 shot.
stab at me. Okay. I probably should have moved away.
1
You and me
damage.
both.
If you wanted to, did you
No, that
want
hits
to run,
it.
or-
Yeah, I take 1 shock damage. Yeah, I probably should have moved back because I still have some range. Because I can hit like all the way up to here and still have no problem hitting any of them. So on my turn, could I have moved back more?
Yeah, we can run.
Okay.
We will get rid of this. Yeah, you can move your third.
Okay. So that's 30. So I will move to there. Boop.
Tiger is. Oi! If you don't want you dead, you gotta put your arms down with the knife to Rowan's neck. Heard the man. You want anything and he's dead.
Unless we take him out.
You also can't see what.
No. What do you say? Do we try to take these two guys out again, or do we lay down our arms?
I mean, we have the action right now. If we can kill both of them, but then Riley's just gonna go straight for Rohan.
Who knows? She might run off if she's the only one left.
Can you
There's
hit
4 of
that?
them still up, right?
No, 3.
3.
Oh,
There's
right.
still
There's
3
one in the
before
back.
any action happens.
Right. Okay.
I mean, assuming I roll high enough, I can hit and probably kill them. Though technically my damage roll is supposed to take my shoot damage into account as well.
Yes, which it does. It
Okay.
was taking your administer. Now it's taking your shoot.
Okay.
I feel like we should just take the shots.
Yeah.
Can we hit both of those people, like, between the two of us?
Absolutely.
Or both?
Yeah, Garrett would. This guy here is not currently visible to either of you, but Garrett, you could definitely like move into the circle.
Yeah.
Okay,
The one
so
with
yeah.
the one with the dagger
mean, I'm-
to Rowan's throat right now, as he is on the ground bleeding out. Like he's still conscious. He's just on the ground bleeding out and has a dagger to his throat. And Ron, yeah, you can see this. If you want, like, it is your turn as well, Ron. If you want to try and say something, as you're trying not to gurgle up blood in your lungs or something.
I'm just gonna sit tight. I'm just like, all right, this is. I'm gonna. Actually, you know what? I am gonna like. Can I make eye contact with Streak from where I am?
Not
Okay. I'm gonna. I guess I'll make
You
eye
set up
contact.
another pretty lights with the take the shot or something.
No, but I was just gonna like gesture with my eyes, like take the shot, or just like nod or something. I'll like nod at you, I guess, if I can like look at you and just like
All right.
I like widen my eyes and just like nod just the tiniest bit, just like take the shot.
Alright. So if I move to here, can I see that guy?
yeah.
Okay, what's he doing? Does he also have a knife at?
He is crouched down and currently fumbling through through a small backpack or something.
Okay. I'll take the shot at. No. Well, since I started, I think Streak's got the best shot at the guy behind Rohan, and I'll take the shot at this guy.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll take a shot at.
Maybe
guy
Streak
who's
should take
crouching
the
down.
shot. Maybe Streak should take the shot at the other guy first.
Maybe
Streak can't see
should
him.
Take the shot at Rohan just to get it over with.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
Well, Streak can't see him, but yeah, no, Streak should take their shot first.
yeah.
Right, Streak.
Worst case
Do I
scenario,
still get-
if Streak misses, I can take the shot at them.
Do I still
you're
get
not
plus
gonna
4?
Get plus 4.
Do I get
know
plus
where you are.
anything? Damn.
Streak's
with
too
with
fucking
that, you
good.
don't need to.
Rowan, as you are kind of like staring up, out like you can feel the cold of this rusty knife to your throat, and then all of a sudden you just see, and this guy falls on top of you, and just begins blood onto you.
I'm fine with that. I'm just like, good. Maybe this will be cover. Maybe the guy who's standing directly next to me will leave me alone then.
I'm shooting at the crouching guy. That hits a 13 and does 4 damage.
Thank God.
Yes.
And then I yell out at Riley. Maybe you should put your weapons down.
As
If you
he's,
don't
like,
wanna join
rifling
them.
through, you see him pull out a flintlock pistol, and as you do, you like loose arrow, and it like pins his hand to his chest, impaling his hand into his chest like he's saying the Pledge of Allegiance. And
Jesus
he just,
Christ.
Yeah.
he starts like
I
trying to like
pledge
pull-
allegiance to my
and
death.
He just instinctively like pulls it out, and just blood starts coming out his chest.
Amazing. Yeah, does Riley like
at
stand
this
down
point,
or?
one hand up and iron scimitar across her back again. Second hand up.
Keeping my bow on her, I yell out, "Do you have any more friends in the cave, or is this everyone?"
Why don't you go fucking find out? Or I'll let you. What do you have?
We're getting to it.
Have a minute before.
Yeah, Streak, you cover her, and then I'm gonna run over and
Miller.
I want some information from her. I want to see if we can find out who they were, whatever. Keep her covered. If she makes a break for it, or if she tries to go for us, shoot her. In the meantime, I'm gonna try to stabilize Rohan.
I will say, if you're focusing completely on that and not like worrying about her at all, and I'll say you're
Okay. Using my medicine
watching
skill.
Riley.
I am.
Yeah,
And
using my
as-
medicine skill, can I just do a little bit more than just stabilize him, or
If you're trying to heal him, that's going to take like 15 minutes.
longer? Okay, so I'll just stabilize him so he's not gonna die.
Yeah, like he didn't lose consciousness, but he is bleeding out. You just gotta stop that right now.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Streak, as soon as Garrett like runs towards, hides in the sand, and starts doing what he can to patch and staunch the thing, Riley turns to shot.
Yeah, I guess. Wait, I need to reload.
I mean, this is over the course. Oh, you're right. I will say, in that case, if her ducking into you can make a shot. It's going to be like you're reloading and rushing to do it. I will say you can make the shot at a -4. Immediately launch it. And
All right. So Rohan's currently not dying.
yeah.
Can I call a temporary timeout?
Yeah, we want to take another break?
Yeah, just gotta use
Alright, we will
the
take
restroom
another
there.
break. We need him. Tonight's a wacky, intense night, so
Yes.
break
Yeah.
back here in a couple minutes.
Yes.
So, as you stabilize Rowan, Shrig, are you coming down now?
Yeah, I'll slide down next to him.
Moment and slide down to see how Rowan is doing. Is technically conscious, though such a way that speaking more than a few words is probably beyond him, but Rowan, you know.
I say we prop him up inside one of those tents, and we gotta go after her. We don't know what she's doing in the cave.
Yeah. She might be killing all the vegan right now.
Right.
They might already be dead.
They might, but they gotta at least check. And she said there was a gold mine, so apparently there's a lot of treasure around here, and we can't collect that if we can't trust that she's gonna be gone.
Yeah, you're right.
Actually, you wouldn't know about the gold mine, but I'm telling you that she said there was a gold mine.
Yeah.
It was proverbial, not literal.
I'm aware that there's not a literal
Okay,
gold,
I just wanted to make sure.
but there's treasure here to be found. So, so yeah, I say we hide Rohan in one of these tents, and we head to the cave.
Alright.
Rowan, you are conscious enough to, like, you know, weakly voice your opinion. Like,
That's fine. I mean, I would say don't go too far. Just because, I don't know, like, there were 6 of them out here, and it sounds like they wanted us to go in there because they had a better shot of winning, so there might well be a lot more of them in there. I wouldn't go too far so that maybe just, I don't know, see if there's not too many rooms or something, and then you can come back, I guess, but
I mean, if we can just kind of peek our heads in and see what's going on, that might be
yeah.
now, one of you can do that while the other one administers aid over the Rowan more than 1 HP.
I think that sounds like a good idea. I will roll to heal Rohan if you want to take a sneak streak.
I will take a sneaky sneak over to the cave.
Over toward. Well, Garrett, you begin patching up.
Okay.
1d6.
So, yeah, heal skill is 0. So just
That as many times as.
okay. So I just okay. So just hit heal, and then do you want me to just change it to 1d6?
No, you just roll /R1d6.
Okay.
Okay.
So that gives him 2 health. How long does each roll take?
Oh, well, that would give him 3.
Okay.
I
How
mean,
long
it's
time
not
wise? Is it like
uh,
another 15 minutes to heal him again?
No, you just keep stacking them and it just costs him more systems. That would get him to 5.
That's my max.
You have
Perfect.
2 system strain.
Okay.
And you are considered. And you are dead.
I have 1 system strain, I guess, from last season.
Oh,
Do
yeah,
I like?
2 sessions ago, you could.
Yeah. All right. Set that to 0. All right. So how many system strain do you die?
Rowan should have 2.
Right, but if he gets, how many more does he die?
Oh no, if he goes to 0 HP, he dies.
Okay, right now. Okay.
He's
Or he
considered
can
frail until he gets rest in like comfortable rest for days, essentially. You know,
Okay,
either
fine.
easy travel or time in a town or something.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I will not be in melee range anymore. I will be throwing daggers, I guess.
There it is. Right. Meanwhile, Strieg, as Garrett is patching up Rowan, you head into.
I do not go into the cave.
Oh, you are not going into the cave. Okay.
I am staying right by the outside and just kind of poking my head.
Okay. The first thing you see is there is like this almost like scaffolding set up just inside with a rope, and it looks like it is very heavy load-bearing scaffolding.
It's like a
Kind of,
trap.
if pulled, would probably
pull the
knock these
rope.
rocks down and get you stuck in there for multiple hours.
Oh. Okay. Hate that. Anything else I can see, or do I mainly just see that?
It's only about 3.5 feet opening, so you actually would have to crawl to get in.
Is
Oh.
the rope like? Does it look like it have any tension on it?
No, it looks like you need a tank. Like it
Is-
was,
can
it was
we
built
see-
in
can
such
we
a
see-
way that someone outside of the cave could pull it and collapse the entry.
Okay.
Can I take my dagger and just like cut the rope as like close to the top as I can?
So that like it can't be. Someone could
Yeah.
still hit the scaffolding to break it. Rope was just tied
That's
around the
fair, but
scaffolding.
just, you know, like
Just so you guys don't trip over it or anything.
yeah, and or like if somebody's like literally running on their way out and like I don't know, maybe they won't have time to do it.
Yeah.
Just like it just feels bad to leave
I mean, you
a
could
trap
carefully
there,
just
you know?
cut the rope off, really.
Yeah, that's the goal. Cool. I will do that. Amazing.
I will.
After a little while, Rowan, you're in rough shape, but you are back. Streeg, you kept your eyes out, and not much else happening in the cave unless you want to go crawling in.
As I walk by, can I just like peek in these tents and make sure there's like nothing
There's
interesting
no
there?
one in them.
Okay, cool. Alrighty.
I think we got to finish her off before we do anything else.
Yeah.
It's not good to have hurt someone. Of course, she could have healed up in the same time, so we'll have to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
All right. Melee users first. No, I'm just kidding. I'll go in first.
Oh, it's just like, I got a stick, I'm good. I don't need to steal anything from any of these guys.
Oh, that's a very smart idea. Can I grab the flintlock pistol from that dude?
Yes, you can. It's loaded.
Do you
Oh
have the
my
shoot
God.
skill?
Incredible. Oh no, I don't. I don't think. I'm sure I don't.
You might want to hand that off to either Streeg or I.
Do I need the shoot skill to even like shoot it at all?
Yeah, you can shoot it, but you're going to have negative penalties to your attacks
Yeah,
and
you
damage.
can shoot it, you just gotta get.
I mean, I feel like I should hang on to it because you guys have bows and I don't.
True. All right.
I mean, we didn't loot the
Notice
bodies.
zero.
We can
Also,
see if there's other
firearms
things.
ignore armor.
Okay.
I
that's
was
good.
going to say like we could check the bodies after the fact, but it might not be a bad idea to quick.
Yeah.
Just
do
to
I
like
see-
grab knives.
Yeah, actually, that's smart. Can I like, I don't know, grab as many like throwing daggers as I can find, and like,
Yeah, I mean, they've got plenty of. I mean, you guys do have some kitchenware and cutlery.
I mean, that
Brass butter
seems
knife.
like- how many like? There, I assume there's not like crossbows or anything.
Yeah, the one guy literally had a crossbow.
Yeah, he had a crossbow.
Oh, he did. Wow. Okay, I just want all the weapons I can find and carry. You tell me how many that is, but incredible. I don't have to die. Like literally, it's like if I take 5 damage, I am full dead. So I'm like, anything I can do to stay away from people sounds great. Thank you.
Now remember, you can only have 3 encumbrance.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I don't want that, so I'm gonna do the crossbow and the flintlock pistol, I guess. Alright.
On your belt, ready to quick draw it, and you got the crossbow in your hands.
Exactly. Incredible. Alrighty. I'm following them then. I'm ready.
All right, I will go in first.
I
Shoop.
guess I'm following.
Yes. I'm bringing up the
One by
rear.
one, you guys crawl into this hall, and it begins just echoing.
Hello? No, I don't actually say that. I don't want to give it away.
I can put them all in one plate.
Oh no. Not the cave stuff.
I really can't tell you how excited I am to not have to stand next to somebody to attack.
So with that, yeah, I especially felt like because the other two were never near anything.
Yeah.
So you guys make your way in. It is you continue 20 or 30 feet.
Okay,
Yeah.
for a second I wasn't seeing anything. I'm like, am I still on the right map?
Map time, map time.
I'm the map. I'm the
Open
map.
up. There is then this standing water, and that
This again.
the drop is
All
about
right.
8 or 9 feet.
Can we avoid the drop? Is there any way across without it?
No, like it's further. There's also like there's evidence here. Like you can see there's like a little bit of blood here as well, where it looks like might have
She
sat
went,
and patched
yeah.
themselves up.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we hear anything?
You hear this very low, just rumbling.
It's just ongoing?
No, it's just once in a while,
Hey.
and you can hear what sounds vague, light water movement.
Great. Sounds like there's something deep in the cave.
Okay. Can I just look at the water? Just like because of last time, can I just look at the water and see if there's like anything in it? Like I know it's like murky, so maybe I
lantern or
can't tell.
something?
Sorry?
Lighting a lantern or something.
Yeah, I'll light a lantern.
Yeah, there's some light. Blood
Hooray.
down there. There's a
There is
lot of
blood
blood
there.
down there. That's a lot more than somebody like getting like hit in the jaw with a, or you know,
Yeah.
maybe a broken rib.
Okay.
That's a lot of blood. The water seems to just be that kind of buckish shit and nothing.
Okay. All right. I think we go then. Keep heading in.
Yeah.
Alright.
Are you trying to follow tracks? Oh, who is leading on that?
I'll follow and lead on the tracks.
Okay,
Yeah.
give me
Okay. First level up. This is where we're putting our points into because I have a -1 on this.
a. He's got to get back into the game, okay? It takes
Yeah,
time.
exactly.
Hey!
I'll accept a 10.
You note very carefully footsteps. The woman, reportedly Riley, who almost like landed here, and then you can see where there's like a lead up and then a hop over to here, specifically avoid.
Okay. We do that also for sure.
Yep. So I guess I will drop down to here, and then do I gotta roll like athletics to hop over the water or
Are
something?
you trying to hop over the water silently?
I
like,
would try
do you
to.
want to not make noise?
That would be my goal. Would be to
Okay,
sneaky
in that
sneak
case,
over there.
I'm going
if I
to
gotta-
want. So you're hopping about 7-8 feet and trying to be silent about it. I want a dex exert.
Okay. That's an 8.
We get high-ish blood. More than
Right.
a couple.
Okay, that means someone else bled in there.
My turn. Dex exert. Dexert. All
If I
right.
made it, he made it.
Down. Make the hop. Now you hear it again, and it's
Oh hell yeah! We all rolled well. Love it.
Can I see any more tracks as to where she may have gone? Which side? Down that way? Do we have to make another little hop over the water here, or can we step that?
Don't. Actually, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. She would have went this way.
She would have gone that way. Okay. Well, she would have had to have gone through the water. There's no way she can jump that.
Right. Question
Correct.
mark.
Doesn't seem like it, but again, she did seem to be trying to avoid the water. A 10? Okay, for a 10, you can get this as well. You can see handprints on this side and boot prints on this side.
Oh my god. Okay.
She shimmied across. Okay.
Okay,
I
well,
will attempt to shimmy across as well.
All
Yeah,
right,
same.
let's see how fucking good a shape Garrett's in.
Do you want another exert?
This time I want a con exert. Have to
Oh,
like
no.
you are. This is going to take off. Like you're doing some Ninja Warrior shit.
It's a 7.
I will say you can. Like you get to about here and you're like, whew. Like your hands are hurting. Like you can feel them starting to bleed from the pressure you're putting on. And you're doing this like slowly. You've got all your stuff with you. Like you've got weapons and things that getting heavy.
Probably should have left the backpack behind,
Try
huh?
and rush it may hurt you. Or you can do it slow, or you essentially you're like, oh shit, I'm going to fall. You can try and rush it and possibly hurt yourself, or fall.
I will possibly hurt myself and rush it. Let's see if I can make it
All
across.
right, give me a physical save.
Physical. And roll. That's a 5.
Get to
I
the
hurt
other side,
myself.
and you like as you're sliding down, you're like ah, and like you have this big cut across the palm of your right hand, or your primary hand. I'm assuming.
Yes.
You will have a might.
Schniggledy schnoodly. Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
alrighty.
Rowan?
Yeah, I mean, nothing to it but to do it.
What are you doing with the lantern?
I'm gonna use my bracelet. I'm gonna hook the clasp up to it,
Oh
and
shit!
then yeah,
On one side, bamf it to the other.
yeah, and then I will con exert. Let's try.
Oh god.
Yeah, that figures.
Oh god. Neither
Well,
of y'all.
Krieg, you don't even. You watch as Rowan gets to about here, and then Rowan, you just and fucking slip and as there's a splash, you hear this loud echoing, and then you start hearing scraping, like heavy boulder on stone. Streak, are you still trying to get across, or what?
Can I tell what direction it's coming from?
Coming from like further in the cave, much further in the cave.
Like where we are, or down the other tunnel?
It's coming from both.
Okay. Maybe it wraps around. That's not
Streak, are you
good.
still wanting to try and sneak, or?
I mean, it seems a little pointless
Okay,
now,
we-
so I guess
yeah.
I'm just gonna go.
Rowan, what are you doing?
I make a run for it to catch up with Garrett, and then I'm gonna poof the thing across.
Splash, catch up with Garrett. Amp the thing to you.
Yeah.
Streak, you are running with them as well?
Yeah, I just book it.
Hey, you guys, let me just move this.
Mhm.
Into here, stuff getting shoved aside, like boulders, like. And then hear this echoing in the, and like you know, looking up, you must have been going at like a fairly downward angle because this cave's maybe 15, caverns.
Huh. Did we hear like you said that there was like a boulder on rock like
It
sound?
Yeah, it sounds like a boulder scraping.
Does it sound like it's like still rolling, or like was it just like
It just
a one-time thing?
stop.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna come out around the corner here. Shoop.
I don't imagine I can see back to the entrance to like see if it's still open, right?
It didn't sound like it was. It was not coming from that direction.
Okay. Okay.
There was no
I'm
way
following
anyone
Garrett.
snuck past you guys. I'll tell
Yeah.
Okay. I'm following Garrett.
that 30-foot vision, even with this thing, isn't helping too much. You can feel something stomping, getting closer. You can see like vibrations in the water around you.
We could leave. We could just leave. We owe nothing to the Beacon Knights. We can just go.
You are saying that?
Yes.
Hear it pick up. Just
I draw the pistol and just point it.
And at the very edge of the light, something climbing over these massive boulders and just staring in your direction.
Hey, does this look like the eyes that you saw the other night?
Does it?
You kind of lean over. No, not at all.
Nope, definitely not.
Garrett, you could give me a int no to see if you recognize what this is.
Yeah, let's do it. It's a 5.
It's big and dangerous. It looks like it's got scales and spikes made of rock. It's maybe 15, 18 feet long.
Yeah.
Is it still coming at us, or is it just
No,
like,
it's just staring directly at you.
Anything in here is dead. Or will be dead shortly.
Wait, it can't see us. It can only hear us. Fuck.
Are you sure of that?
I'm pretty positive. I'm not saying this in character, just so that's clear. Fuck. A Quiet Place. I love horror movies, but I'm rarely scared of them. A Quiet Place is one of the few things that fucking terrifies me. So this is horrifying to me. I love it. Okay.
Do you want to try like throwing a rock at something to see if it reacts to that specifically?
Are you saying this out loud?
No, I'm saying this out of character.
Okay.
You could do it.
I can do it. Okay. I will attempt. Would I be able to throw a rock over the top of that pile?
Probably.
Okay. Are there any rocks at my feet?
Yeah.
Just loose
like,
rocks?
It's a mixture of dirt and gravel. You could probably find one about hand-sized.
Okay. I want to try and do that. See if it like chases after the rock or what it does.
And also now on observation, you probably get an idea of why the path seemed to widen and go down as you continue.
Because of this thing.
Okay, so you're going to try and throw rock over the hill.
Yep. And second thing is we're gonna run like hell if this doesn't work the way I hope it does.
Give me a Dex.
Okay.
Minus
with the negative 2?
Yes. Like anything that, oh my god, anything that has to do with, that's, holy shit. Yeah, anything that has to do with, like, aiming and using your... Oh. And, like, you try and aim it, it lands somewhere over here, you kind of lose it in the darkness. But as soon as it hits, you see this thing turn and just gore forward, crushing through one of the boulders, bursting it into dust. And then it just stops again and like puts its open mouth teeth through.
All right.
It
We gotta get out of here
stone at this point.
without making too much noise. I don't want to fight this thing.
I don't think we fight. I think
No.
we keep going.
You want to go in, or do you want to leave?
Why? Why would we keep going?
We can do this. Just stay quiet.
Why?
Well, I don't think we can get out anyway. Like from here.
I take a slight step forward. Does it react to me stepping on the gravel?
Give me a dex sneak. How light the step.
Okay.
We can't
I mean, if-
escape
It
through the
still
water
has its
anyway, I don't
mouth
think.
open, touching stone floor.
I wonder if it picks up vibrations with its teeth.
I don't know, but I don't think we can get out through the water anyway.
Unless you want to try another con exert to go back over the.
Wait, does it look like it's like? Does the path that we came through look like it's big enough that this thing could actually get there? Or
It
get
could
there?
get
Yeah.
maybe halfway. To the point where, like, you guys were, like, crouched. After that, it would definitely be stuck. That does mean clambering up about a 10-foot wall, though.
Right.
You mean the wall back here?
Yes.
Okay, but it could make it through the little pathway that we're in right now.
Yes. It would probably, like, not at the bottom, but like I said, it's cavernous 15 high. So,
Right.
got room to...
It might
Yeah.
just go up and over, even though it gets narrow here.
Yeah. I don't think we can get out. I think we just have to go through quietly.
I mean, if we moved slowly through the water, it would be quieter.
Wave like cavern walls make a lot more sense as you observe spikes on its back.
Yeah.
So it definitely fits through there.
Why they wanted you to go cave.
Can I just like grab my staff and just like touch it to the water, like the one that's like next to us, just like slowly, quietly, and just see like does it react to that?
Like making like a splash in the water or just putting it in?
Just like
As slowly as possible putting it into the water?
yeah, basically. Like I just want to know basically like if we walk back very like quietly, like is it like, oh, it'll hear like micro vibrations or whatever, or is it just like if we're slow enough and careful enough, then like we can make it back?
Put it into the water as slowly and carefully.
Okay.
Very nerve-wracking. Not in a great shape, and you put it in, and it makes a tiny bloop
Yeah.
as you're kind of pulling it out. As you do, it begins barreling forward towards you guys.
Fuck.
Oh, run,
It
run,
just
run, run, run.
Goes through these things and just through.
Okay, that was bad.
Just
Okay.
barreling.
Okay, can we run?
Is-
Yeah. Guys,
How is it moving
immediately-
faster than we run?
It seems so. Like, are you guys trying to hide or run? I guess is the question.
Run.
Like, run. I don't think
Yeah.
there's any hiding.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, if you're in that case, we need to get.
God fucking damn. Because even if we hide here, we back up here, it's gonna go to kind of into the corner where we are. How would we get out of that corner? You know what I mean? We'd have to go through the water, or we'd have to attack it at close range, which I would not particularly like to do.
Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have done the water
Probably
thing.
probably shouldn't have cut the rope. Well, actually, you know what? It just busted through that. It'd probably just bust through whatever's out there too.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it can't get through.
Are we yellow or green? We're green.
You're green.
Why are there 3? No. God
Because
damn
yellow is Kelsey or Kelly or Kenzie.
Riley?
Or whatever. Riley.
It's Cassie. She's here. She's ready to tell the truth to this giant Chirovore.
All right, I'll tell you what. The Chirovore goes before we do.
Yes, you. Oh my God. Yeah, you guys rolled a 2. That's rough.
Yeah, we're green.
So it is charging forward. And it is.
Please attack Garrett.
Now Rowan had to be standing next to this, assuming you guys were set up like.
Yeah.
It is going.
No.
Immediately.
Rowan is gonna be full dead after this. No.
Oh no.
Okay. Just do it. Kill me.
Pipe ache.
It rolled a 3. What? It misses?
This is so stressful. You're the one with all the power here. You could just decide that it doesn't kill me.
Ah.
Oh my god.
Natural 1!
Oh my god.
Ugh.
Oh my god. It still does 1 shock damage, right?
Yes. As it swings with this massive, its claw, like, if you can call it that, it almost looks like an animated, like, detailed rock statue, swings over your head, smashing into the nearby wall as it claws it out. It is actually the rocks that come out that kind of fall on you, that hit you, and then as it does, it, like, digs its claw in and begins slowly biting onto the side of the wall and freezes in place.
Okay. Slowly we try to make it out of here, I think. If we can
Yeah.
if we can make a sneak, otherwise run. That would be my Streak, you go first.
Is this
Really?
a sneak?
Are you trying to avoid the water is the question.
Wait, can we like put something behind it? Like throw something behind it? Wait, how much space is it taking up in front of us? Like,
I mean, again,
Like, is there space over
the
it?
cavern's like 15 feet tall. It's not taking up.
okay,
I can
could
try
we,
and
like-
throw something behind it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I mean, we can't outrun it. I don't think. Like not when it's here. So I think we have to.
Oh, with how fast it was, like it moved with fucking lightning speed into you, and it barreled right through these, all of these bullets. It was
Oh.
just scattered.
Oh, can I? I have my action now, right? It's our turn. Can I use Pretty Lights to just make a sound behind it? As loud as I can.
10 feet
Just like
away,
a-
though.
Spectral sounds.
it does only
anywhere.
do-
It has to be within 10 feet.
Yeah, that's not
No.
gonna help. Yeah, you gotta throw something. Never mind.
All right.
That's 10 feet.
But I mean, like, you said it's how big is it?
Between 15 and 20. The body, not counting the tail, is about 15 feet long. The tail's
Yeah,
about
so-
another 10.
So it's gonna be like directly in the middle of it, which I don't think that's helpful. So, you know,
space taking up is 15 by 15.
Yeah. Alrighty. Garrett.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna try to throw and aim for here.
Try to throw.
Yep. And that's a shoot -2.
Like, you can choose your offhand for a -2, or you can, like, you'll have time to fucking patch it, and you're, like, grabbing this dirty rock in your hand. And you throw it, and it...
Bonks right off its head.
Let me...
Oh no.
I can...
Any non-combat skill check. Yes, a non...
shoot. I would consider shoot a combat skill check, but...
in this scenario, it is not.
But you're not doing damage.
You're not in combat right now. Like, I would not consider this a combat skill check.
Alright,
If the result isn't good enough to succeed, I will say it is not good enough for a complete success.
Okay.
Roll if you want to.
If I reroll, I have to choose whatever score comes up. Or can I choose
no, the
between
better
the
of
two?
the two is used.
Okay.
God damn it.
Ugh, and you throw it, like, and it hits off of the ceiling. And then falls down. Like, but not where you were aiming. It falls, like, here, like, near its tail.
Okay.
After hitting the ceiling. And when it hits the ceiling, it snaps its neck directly upward. And you can see, like, its attention hit it, and then it hits the floor behind it, and it like snaps its head that way with a lot of...
But it still hasn't really moved.
No, it's not its turn.
Alright. Well, that was my action. Fuck. We've got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we just gotta...
Who moves first?
I mean, yeah.
I think the biggest question is, are we concerned about trying to not go through the water, or are we just going to try and go through the water as silently as possible?
Well, I think we probably have to not go through the water because it, like, I made the tiniest sound with my staff and it still saw it and it still heard it.
Yeah.
So it feels
We
like
have to try to go over.
yeah.
It's just gonna be
Alright,
horrible con exert.
alright.
As Streak does this, I'm gonna have my pistol pointed directly at the thing. Just like, if there's a sound, then I'm gonna shoot. Jesus.
Action, you...
Alright.
Or as, yeah, air... if you wanted to be silent, you would have to stop there, and it would be another turn to get over that, and then
Alright.
another turn to go over here.
Alright.
Garrett, you're not moving this turn?
I don't want to leave Rohan by himself over here.
Well, I'll go first and then you can go. I guess I'm gonna walk over here. Does it hear, like, do I think I can walk through the gravel silently?
Gravel,
have to give a
it seems
sneak.
like it's currently... this is happening simultaneously as Garrett throws the rock. Its attention is currently on.
Okay. All right. Then I'm gonna try to go over the thing. Con exert time. This is not a good skill for me.
Oh no.
Out here. Snaps its attention.
I run. How far can I get?
You have... get all the way here. Giving it up.
Streak hug the wall.
I don't know. Do I think it's gonna come?
We're gonna
No,
run
I think.
through this water now. Are you gonna run through the rest of the water or what?
Might as well run through the rest of the water.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm gonna get here.
Lots
Give you
of
as much
splashing,
distance as
streak. You
possible.
sneak by, and you're like, right behind you, Rod. Immediately just climbs up and then slips it, and it lets out another one of those like bone-shattering roars, and
Oh my god.
and silently snaps in your guys' direction. Garrett, are you moving? Oh, Rod, are you bringing the lantern with you?
Yeah, Oh well. I'll wait until Garrett comes. Like
You have
decides
the
if he's gonna move.
bracelet, right?
Yeah, but I'm gonna wait so that he can see where he's going.
I don't know. I think
guess.
it's creepier if he can't.
Well, I feel like Garrett needs to be able to see where he's going.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make it across sneakily if I can.
I'd be right behind Rod, who just made a bunch of noise.
No, I might not move. I'm not gonna move. I'm gonna stay here because it's gotta. Can I like crouch up against the wall if it whips around the corner? It's not gonna get me.
You want to like what? Go up here? Like,
Yeah.
Up against it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say that's allowed. And go ahead and give me a dex sneak to see if you can feel it about it.
Okay.
Leaning up against this one.
Nope.
Oh no.
All right.
I
I'm gonna
mean,
snap. The
Big splashy
lantern.
noise.
Thankfully, it is red team's turn.
Thankfully.
That doesn't
I'm
make
gonna-
me feel any better.
I guess what's her name is Red Team.
Gonna move the lantern over to me now.
Oh, Garrett can't even see it anymore.
That's what I was saying.
With all of this noise, it is going to barrel forward past you, Garrett. Pay heed. You watch it go overhead with this practiced determination as it just effortlessly digs its claws into the walls themselves and begins running on them where it's too narrow for it to go. Bulldozing its way over.
Oh my god.
Where it is holding it.
What?
It is standing, technically, it's right here above you two. Its head is pretty much resting at the top of this cliff.
Jesus Christ.
Would one of you be able to throw a rock under it across down the other hallway
Yeah, would I be able to throw a rock over here?
on our turn? Assuming it's our turn now.
Far in and move. Have to do a very careful job of picking one up.
Is it our turn?
Yeah.
Can I now? I can pretty lights at least like 10 feet down that direction. A sound.
Give me a.
Again, 10 feet from you would be like here.
I at least want it to be like move its head from where it is. You know, like at least give Shriek a chance to throw a
down
rock.
near its tail.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what's the sound?
Just like really loud, like foot on gravel, like
Okay.
you know, whatever.
And its head just kind of whips straight up for a second. And its head is its bottom jaw is maybe 6 inches away from your head the way.
Okay, I don't move.
Its bottom left canine, which is the closest thing to you, is probably about 4 inches longer than your head.
God.
At its base, it's probably about as thick as yourself.
All
You are
right.
literally staring in the maw of this giant rock-like entity.
Yeah. I'd stand still. I can't do anything. Streak, it's all you.
Yeah.
Alternatively, I can throw
rock?
another rock at my end.
Yeah, try that.
Can I throw yet another rock down to the far end of the passageway?
Plenty of gravel. After all, it just destroyed a few of these boulders and launched them in your direction.
All right.
Launch another one down here.
Yeah. Why the flip not?
As far as possible.
And it just... You have no idea where it went. You just know it went somewhere in this direction.
As long as it gets its attention.
You see its tail like whip around, and as it does, it slams into the... Or just... cave, eyeing off into the water. It seems to be able to tell as well what noise it's creating versus what... with incredible accuracy. Still standing on right next to your head, Ron.
Alright.
I mean, I'm gonna stay there because I don't know if it's gonna go down that path or if it's gonna go after the rock I threw. So I don't want to move and get in its way and get run over.
Streak, it's all you, buddy.
Is there like, can I hold my action to throw it? Like, is that a thing?
You can hold your action, yeah. What is the what?
I guess if
Because-
it doesn't run off after mine.
Yeah, because it can't move right now because it's not its turn, right?
No, so you're holding an action until throw a stone after it moves.
Yes.
Where are you trying to throw it at?
I mean, if it moves down towards Garrett, I'm not going to throw it. But if it doesn't move at all, I want to try and throw it over here. So I'm waiting to see what it does.
Oh boy. Is there any chance Red Team is the Beacon Knights coming to save us?
No.
Absolutely not. Oh, it's stressful for you?
The canine is 4 inches longer than my head. Yes, it's stressful for me.
Riley's taking a shot at me?
No, it's Strieg.
Oh, it's Streak.
Where the fuck is Riley?
From where?
The darkness, but thankfully she can see you guys because you have a lantern.
Fuck. She must have snuck up to like here-ish because this is the way she went.
Well, it might connect in the back. She might be coming down the other route. A -1. Does she
Oh,
hit
thank
herself?
That's gonna be
Does she make
a
noise?
And
Actually, yes. Does she make noise?
and it immediately snaps around. And you guys hear like something splashing, like the sound of a crossbow being shot, and then something splashing into the water. And it is going to barrel down. 8.
Gonna kill Riley. Why is it holding its actions? Strange.
It can't quite, until it hears something.
I guess. Okay.
You'll need to get out, like, stealthily as you can.
Yeah. Is it our turn? Garrett, do you want to come over here first before we go?
Yeah. I want to make as stealthily as I can over to at least to here.
I assume that's going to be the con exert.
Okay. Roll high, roll high. It's a 6. I already used my reroll.
Yeah, the double 7s.
Yep. So let me guess. I make it halfway across and fall in.
And fucking killing you. It is like it's not gushing blood, but there is fresh blood, and it is slippery. The sweat, the stress, and your hands just slide, and your let go feet first. Don't like fall and smash your face in.
Mm-hmm.
And as you do,
there's a roar. It's a different hold action.
action to move the next time it heard something.
Oh.
30, 35, 40. You're staring directly into the maw of this thing.
How deep is the water?
Maybe 3 inches.
Okay, so I can't sink into the water. All right, I am going to absolutely freeze.
Now, this thing is large enough that you... Well, no, you are standing in water, right?
Yeah,
I was gonna say, you
can't
could theoretically walk
stealthily
under
move.
its legs.
I can't stealthily move enough.
Okay.
Can I throw something over here? Do I have a clear shot?
Yeah, you do. The only thing distracting you is its tail.
Frackin' tails.
That's a dex shoot.
Thank God. Streak is just saving our asses.
Immediately, its neck once again just snaps around to the other side. Now its head is attention is obviously taken.
Everybody freeze.
Who can move right now? Can I move? Should I probably shouldn't, right?
You can
I
try and
wouldn't.
silently
Unless you
climb the
unless you
wall.
think you can do it stealthy.
X
I
insert.
I mean, if you make it up the wall and then you can run to where we have been crouching, it can't get you there.
Yeah. Do I try it? Yeah, I feel like we're not going to get better chances. If it's not looking at me, I might as well try it. Okay.
Okay.
Palms are fucking sweaty. You are so goddamn stressed. You can feel like a drop of sweat on the end of your nose as you are gripping with every piece of strength in your fingers you've got.
Yeah.
Up silently.
Awesome. And I
The
bamf the lantern up
left
to me.
behind you.
I bamf it up to me. Wait, it doesn't make sound when I do that, right? Okay, then yeah, I'll bring it up to me, I guess. Alrighty.
I would say that was your actions. 30 feet of
Okay.
movement can get you into the thinnest part of the on your hands.
Okay, and it can't get me there, right?
It probably, almost definitely. It is definitely larger than the king.
All right, I'm gonna get to the the thinnest part, somewhere where I can't where I feel really positive it can't get me, and then I'm gonna shoot my pistol at it.
Oh, okay. Well, that would be next turn. Use your action to climb.
Oh right,
Why?
okay.
Why would you shoot it? As a curiosity.
To make the sound?
But it's gonna come the direction we're trying to go.
That's true. Fair enough. Okay. Never mind. I won't do that. You make a great point. I was just trying to get it to get off of you guys, but that's a great point.
Yeah, you wouldn't be plugging the exit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Rowan, you have success.
Alrighty. I'm gonna leave the lantern there for you guys.
Stamped your lantern too.
Well, I'm gonna leave it on top of the little cliff thingy.
Good that it's good that the enemy.
God damn it! But I mean, they need to be able to see to get out.
Yeah, they do. It would be such a hard check to climb that thing without being able.
Yeah.
Garrett, Streak, or Streak, you threw a rock and you're not moving.
Yeah.
Garrett, have you moved already?
I already moved, yeah.
Okay.
That's how we got into this situation.
In that case,
Is there any chance Riley's trying to help us?
Absolutely not. She was taking a shot at me.
You don't even know if she's still alive. That thing chased her down there.
I think we would have heard her being mauled.
Yeah, I don't think it used its action because that's what it used to come back after you.
True.
It held it. Yeah, so.
that's it. She's done.
Nice. Okay.
It's turn now.
The last time was me falling into the water.
Needs to
Oh,
make
he threw the
a
rock.
stealth check to see if she can quietly reload a crossbow. Incredibly hard, but very open about that.
Ah, damn it.
I did throw the rock over there, though.
Very methodically, not like barreling forward. Guys' turn?
If Strig would be willing to wait a second or so, I am gonna try to move quietly as I can through the water to try to get out. Because
Okay.
this way at least someone can kind of cover me by throwing something versus me being by myself. But if Streak doesn't want to, I totally understand if they want to just get out of here.
No, go for it.
Alright. How do you want me to handle this?
Desperately go water without me.
Right.
I am going to say a dex sneak. Essentially have to shimmy and try and displace as little water as possible. It will take your entire action, if you succeed or fail, to get out of here, to get the 10 feet.
Right. Alright. No positives or negatives?
No.
Okay, so just dex sneak.
Boo! Well, you have silently made it this far. Water just kind of echoing into the background of the moving water.
Okay. Would I have to make another dex sneak to make it across to here?
Silently, dex exert.
Dex exert. Okay, and I already used my move, so I can't do that.
I would say the
Or not my
bigger
move, my
risk is
action.
your boots do still have water on them. Like,
Right.
try. Like, you could do it. No, you would just be doing a running jump at that point. Not be doing
Right.
it
And
silent.
it wouldn't be silent.
Yeah, like a 5-foot jump is not hard to do. A 5-foot jump is hard to do silently.
Right. I will use the rest of my turn and movement to kind of sneak up next to Strieg as far into the rock as I can get, if
Up
possible.
against you're both just like back against the wall.
It's kind of like I give Streak the sup nod,
Oh my god.
trying to
I
be as
give the
cool as
sup nod back.
trying to be as cool as I can, but like internally just like wetting.
Rowan.
No, I don't think that's a good idea, right?
No.
Presumably, if it can't get out this way, there has to.
I mean, presumably. I don't want to split the party.
The party.
No.
I feel like I would.
Between the eyes.
Can I? Okay, I do have. Wait, where is? I can't see it, but do I remember where the last place I saw it was, or like?
The last place you saw the Kyrovore?
Yeah.
Down this way.
Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna do anything. Can I hold an action to shoot my crossbow into like the water here, like down, like let's say in this direction or here? If it gets like whatever, if it like comes up on either Streak or Garrett, cool. I'm just gonna do that so that I don't think it'll be useful now, but at least I can be a distraction.
Actually, at the angle you are, you cannot see.
Okay.
But he would be able to shoot down
Yeah,
here.
yeah, you could shoot towards.
Okay, I'll do that. As in, I'll hold my action to do that if needed.
Krieg, it is your.
What
Maybe
would
still
it
have it.
take? Yeah, what would it take for me to either get over like here or just to get up there?
Could go crazy and try and jump and grab onto here.
I want to see Streak do some crazy parkour, bounce off the wall,
It
get
would
the
be
lip
another
of the.
Dex exert.
Just
He
boom,
gets
boom,
rid of the whole
come
thing
up.
at once. It'll be a little bit tough.
Alternatively, if I just went here.
Also Dex exert with here, but then you're gonna have to do another one to get up here.
What do we think, team?
I don't think there's any right answers here.
Yeah, it's whatever you think you can get away with.
Yeah, I feel like given our luck, it seems more likely that you'll roll really high once than that you'll roll pretty good twice.
So you think I should go for the jump?
Yeah, I don't know.
Parkour.
It's more fun.
You've got that action held to shoot if I fuck up, right?
Yes.
Alright. I'm gonna go for the jump.
Okay.
The only problem is if it's filling
Time
the
to-
hallway, he can't. Sorry, I just if it's filling the hallway, he can't shoot past it. So, but we'll find out.
Find out if it's filling the hallway. All right, Streak, you were trying to make a 5-foot jump and then silently grabbing onto the cliffside on the other side.
So that's
Dex
Dex
exert.
exert. Oh my god.
Is there like a lower DC to like make it but not be silent? Or is it like you either do it silently or you don't do it at all?
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Not bad.
Well, you grab on. At this point, you can grab on with everything you've got. Try and pull yourself up, silent.
Okay.
Gonna do it?
Yeah.
Much like Garrett, very convenient handholds are just as sharp as they are sturdy and begin cutting into both of them.
Oof.
Anything to do with your hand dexterity is going to be at -2 from here on out.
But do I make it up?
Yes, but I also want you to give me a luck save.
How do I do that?
You just
There's a
click
Right
on
line
one.
below
on the left.
mental. Right below physical.
Fuck.
Oh no.
God, and like you have these streaming cuts. Like one is like almost impaled, like just stab. The other is a wide cut vertically down your palm, like almost between, like not like between the fingers, paper cuts, but close, grabbed on, and you just can feel the blood dripping. There is blood dripping down those. See how long before those blood drops hit water. I know you guys don't. I've made it up.
Alrighty. Run.
Well, don't. If you run, it'll hear that. And
Yeah, don't run, but I guess move as far as you can.
Can I get here, I think?
I would say that's about as far as you can get without making a noise or risking making a.
Then I will just sit here and cradle my brutalized hands.
They are. Oh, it's going to take a while before. Oh God, you.
yeah, you need your hands. I am gonna try to get across to here. I'm not doing the same jump maneuver.
Yeah.
I love that you guys snuck all the way in. You're like, this was a bad idea, and you snuck right the fuck back out.
Oh God.
And
That's
as you
Connor.
go to jump, maybe it's the stress, maybe, but like you just slip and you make the jump, but on the landing, you kick back a bunch of stones, which immediately go into the water. Barreling forward. Rowan, you have a held action.
Yes. I
Right,
should.
give me a dex shoot.
Okay.
Got.
Nice.
As it barrels. Yeah, luck save.
Oh God.
Sometimes things
Me
just
or
fall to
Garrett?
luck.
Me or Garrett?
You, Rowan.
Okay.
This is about how close it's going to be when you make this shot.
That's pretty good.
Yes.
That's insane.
I'm going to ask you a question, Rowan.
Okay.
Do you think it would be luckier to hit it or not hit it?
Not hit it. I definitely want to just distract it. There's no way we're doing enough damage to kill this thing. I feel like if I hit it, best case scenario, it's going to realize the arrow came from me and plug up this hole, which is not going to help Garrett. So
And it comes over here, mashing towards it. The bolt whistling by into the water behind. And
Oh. Do I still have anything to get up over the hill, or am I? I'm wondering if I should just hold it to the next time. But it's not gonna make a difference. It's still gonna be there the next time I gotta move. So fuck it. If I
Yeah.
can make it up over the hill, I can make it up over the hill, and then we can just fucking sprint like a motherfuckers till it gets narrow.
X exert. I would say the way things
Oh,
are
you know
going
what?
here,
I
like,
realized I gave a con exert on the last one when I got the 4, but we'll roll with it since that's how it went.
Good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You clamber up, kick through, and with everything you've got, get up. It's like you've got its attention.
Okay. How much more movements do I have?
If you want to be silent, none.
Okay,
All that
but I
jumping
have its
and falling
attention.
and climbing. As you were not silent going up there, though. Want to hope that it stops. doesn't attack you, you really...
Yeah. I'm gonna lay there. Just
Fucking laying, just... Now, I would like...
we're collapsing the entrance on the way out, right?
I guess so. Fucking. Is there any chance the Beacon Knights are still alive?
Absolutely not.
There's so
Yeah,
much.
I'm just
blood
saying
in-
there has to be another way out of this place, right?
Yeah.
Does there?
Thing has to eat somehow.
Hmm.
That is... Hurling toward... Standing atop you, frozen. Its mouth just open in a maw. Its left paw, if you is maybe 6 feet away from you, Garrett, gripping onto. Yeah, another luck save. Let's see if your guys' luck has run out. Blood has not hit the water yet.
I mean, I feel like at this point, maybe that would be good. It'll turn back down, but. Is. Alright. Do I get any sense of, like. Because, okay, right now,
Shot
where
it
it
in
is.
the mouth.
Yeah, literally, that's honestly what I'm thinking. Like, do I get any sense that, like, there is a weak spot on this thing that, like.
Give me a... I'm gonna say you can give me... No, it's gonna be real damn hard because I don't think Rowan's really read up on his monstrosity.
Yeah. Okay. Alright. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that, like Garrett can't...
logic says the mouth would be the weak point.
Yeah.
Wanna take that risk.
With
Well, I
me
mean, like-
right under its mouth.
Well, I mean, like, right now, you can't move anyway, right? Like...
Right, I can't move, I don't think. Not unless I make a really good sneak score.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Garrett can essentially try and tiptoe away while, like, on all fours.
Which doesn't sound like the best thing I'll be able to do.
You have to do a little bit of an exorcist to sneak.
Is it worth me shooting, guys? Do you think I should do it?
Could that be loud directly at where we gotta go out?
What? Say that again?
Sorry, maybe not with the gun, because it'll be loud indirectly at where we gotta go out. But the gun probably does more damage than the crossbow.
Yeah. That's what I'm figuring. I don't know. I feel like if I'm gonna shoot it, maybe it makes more sense for it to be the gun, because it also ignores armor, right? I feel like...
Yeah, I guess your best bet is probably with the gun.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Fuck it. Let's just see what happens. I'm gonna try to hit it directly in the mouth, which, as you said, is open directly over Garrett at the moment. Okay. Nope, that's not gonna do it. Oh, I did so much damage, though.
As you are silently watching, don't even want to. One who is lifting this gun up, he has probably never shot before in his life. Sweat pouring off of him. Still looking in rough shape, still bloody clothes from... if you don't have your thing up.
It's down at the moment, for sure.
Yeah, a mess. Holding this gun up with both hands, getting ready to shoot. Garrett silently laying there on all fours, not moving. Shriek, you're just back and forth, lit only by this lamp. Sound of gunpowder loads in your ear. It's loud. It echoes out. Rowan, you are just so loud in this echoing, empty cavern that you are in a very, very small part of.
Yeah.
God hits which you do not believe it did. It did hit. It did. It is going to barreling.
Alrighty.
As it does, trampling street.
No.
Invasion.
No.
Damage.
Oh, thank
That's
God.
not too
As
bad.
you are just casually kicked. Like, you're just kind of like booted with some rocks that get kicked in your direction, and then the tail kind of slaps you and doesn't even notice as it keeps barreling towards Rowan. It's maybe 2 feet from your face where it gets stuck.
Okay. Wait, it's stuck? Like, is it stuck or is it like it's just not moving?
It is seemingly,
Okay.
at least it cannot get any closer to you.
Okay, but I don't know if it can like
Back
retreat
out?
back.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Okay. Damn. All right.
But its mouth is just agape, and it's just like chomping. Like,
Okay.
you can hear Shriek, you watch as it is clawing, trying to make this cave bigger to get it Rowan.
Guys, this might
Is
be
there room-
okay.
Is there a room for us to fit under it?
No.
It is
No, guys.
fucking still pretty tight.
This might be okay. Maybe I can just kill it. Like, if it can't
Keep
get to
shooting
me.
it.
Yeah.
Keep shooting it in the mouth.
Yeah, genuinely, maybe. Why not? Right? Like,
If it's in melee range, you take a major disadvantage to shoot attacks.
well, I'll like step back a bit, but like,
Crawl back with it.
sure, yeah. But yeah, like as long as its mouth is, you know, I don't know. Yeah, it seems reasonable. But yeah, I mean, it's your guys' turn. I already used my action, so. But yeah, I will like go back a little bit, just like as much as I can to still be in a place where I could shoot it. If you guys want to try to head down the other direction, you can do that.
I just spent all this time and effort getting up this goddamn hill.
How it's down the drain.
Well, I'm sorry. I was trying to not let you die.
I appreciate it. Alright, I guess
No,
I
that's
will
fine.
try to...
But kill that.
Like, I'd be happy if it just left us alone, but we would if it wasn't for the fucking Beacon Knights. Jesus.
Can I get a banana to scale? You can't
while
just,
you
like-
guys, we're gonna take one last break while you guys try and figure out what's like what your plan is here, 'cause it's getting very stressful.
I have no idea what I want to do. We were talking a little bit, and it's a lot of effort to try to like climb back down and across the water without making noise.
As long as Rowan's making noise.
That's true.
The alternative is you could sit there and just pass your turns while I try to kill it.
I don't like that option because if it turns around for whatever reason, we're just sitting there. We have no cover or anything.
Yes.
Thankfully, there's nothing that would...
True.
I mean, Riley's still down there, I guess, but...
What do you
Unless
think?
we
Do
wait.
we... I'll give it one round, see what it does.
Yeah. Maybe just like huddle up against the wall, just so that like...
I mean, I will get up from being prone.
I will slide away from it.
You don't get trampled.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
That is all your turns?
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, assuming I can't attack it again, right? I already used my gun, so... Okay. Yes, that's my turn now.
You're yelling.
Oh, motherfuck. That bitch.
Hey, you stupid fuck! They're in here! Come and fucking get them!
Wow, I hate her.
I hope that thing eats her.
And a follow-up, you start hearing boulders falling.
Oh, fuck me.
There's
God
another one.
damn it. No. The fucking scaffolding. Its head is stuck in the entrance.
No, it doesn't sound like it's the scaffolding falling. Boulders
No?
coming from back in here.
There's an... Oh,
There's-
Jesus.
There's another one.
That's so bad. Maybe we can pit them against each other.
Well, it's turn. Attempting to strength exert out of here.
Well, I think this is pretty weak, right? There's no way that the Kyrover has, like, a really high strength.
Yeah, there's no way it has a, it still...
Incredible.
God damn it.
Look it in.
You were both up against the wall, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
In that case, 7, 8, as it back down the way that it hurt.
Fuck it, run. Run.
Yep.
Yeah.
Straight up running to get out.
Yes. Everybody
Yeah.
can
And
help.
silent. Yeah.
Well, in that case, guys with one running can make.
Guys, if... I have to say, if... Look, I don't know what our stamina level for this is, but if I can get some sleep, and then we come back, and I cast Serfdom on this thing,
No.
we could just have a pet. I don't know. It seems like... Could be good.
No.
And all it says is invisible.
I don't know. Feels like we could have our own personal escort through the caves and get these beacon knights and get back out. I can't cast a spell right now, so I need sleep, but
I might need to think about that one.
Yeah.
Well, guys, do make your way back outside the cave. Are you collapsing it behind you or no?
No.
Can we just just take a look around and see if there's anything else, like any other entrances we can see? Like, what's this over here? Is there an entrance, or is that just like another
No,
outcropping?
it's just a rocky outcropping.
Well, we made it out of there. How about we more thoroughly loot the bodies? See if they got any gold or silver or copper or whatever on them.
Yeah.
Yep.
See what's maybe in the surf, because that thing's not coming out through that hole.
You do
Yeah.
feel the occasional vibration of the sputtering coming.
Is there any chance Riley just got like fucking murdered by this thing? I would hope. Yeah, can we take a look at all their bodies and see if there's any gold or anything we can find?
I fucking love it. I love it.
Oh god. What a good use of Alright, so you get done looting the bodies, and it seems like anything of value that like the castaways here believe to have value, they had already kind of brought out of the surf. Some of the stuff, it looks like they did their best to bring with them. Some of it... But otherwise... Honey, you find...
Having gotten out of there, I look over at Rohan, and I tell him he can keep the fucking amulet.
13 gold, 119 silver, and 91 copper.
Oh shit!
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay.
Divide that by
Along with that,
7.
you find
6.
6.
Molly took care of one for us.
That's true. 3 varying quality iron scimitars.
Oh, nice. We each get a
Okay.
sword.
Are these the same scimitars that what's your faces had?
The iron wolves.
Yeah. Okay.
Hmm.
I feel like if we brought Molly, maybe we could have avoided all of this.
No,
I mean, not
she
the
wanted
caravan,
revenge.
Well, yeah, that's true. All right. Somebody do this math. I don't want to do this math.
Isn't 10 silver 1 gold?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just
So
gave you the
that's-
literal number.
That's 1. That's 1,300 plus 1,190.
That's
Plus 90.
that's 24 gold, 90 silver.
25.8 gold.
I have 24.9 gold. Because it did 119 divided by 10.
Oh, I did it the other way. I converted everything to copper. So it's 1,300 plus 1,190 plus 91, right?
Oh, I see. That's the smart way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, so then you would divide it by 10 and then divide it by 10 again to get the amount of gold.
Yeah. Well, let's just see if you divide by 3. So we each get 860 and 1/3 copper. So that's 8.6 each.
Eight- 8.6
gold.
silver?
8.6
Or
gold.
8.6 gold.
Yeah.
Did you divide that by
Ooh.
3 or divide it by 6?
By 3.
Okay. Hey, maybe Molly can read the code.
Yeah. I mean, can we like try to decode it or anything? Like, is there any like, do we get any sense of how?
Like essentially gibberish word. Like it just says the final place that everything happens is palm trees, coconut oil, like that.
I mean, that seems straight up Molly's alley.
Yeah.
What?
That seems like it's straight up Molly's alley.
It looked like it has a oh. Who would have I'll just found that 2, that would be there is also a like you kind of look at it and like it means nothing to you, so you should
I can't read,
there is a small wax seal.
Oh, what's the wax seal say?
The wax seal has a sigil of a crow or like a bird skull, and then below it there's like a underarched where it says capital letters.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
It's got a small bird skull, and then below it in like arched letters says DEAL.
Would I recognize that symbol?
No. Gotta be real tough.
It's pretty good. Oh,
Not
that's a
good
natural
enough.
12.
You kind of.
But it doesn't matter because I have the negative on it.
It's never interacted with it by any means, but it's a guild that operates in Fortuny Soul. Danforth Equinox Allied Lending.
Ah, deal. Okay.
You said that was out of Fortuna?
Fortuny Soul. Which
Fortuna.
is the Fortuny Soul is the capital. They operate out of there. It's the capital of Rio.
Right.
I believe I have been there. If I'm not mistaken. I need to check. To check something. Okay, maybe not.
As far as you know, Garrett, they're just a small, like, lending company. They do a lot of, like, middleman things, like, operate there in Vrayland temporarily, and they don't want to go effort. They can essentially pay a fee and work on their behalf and do their stuff. Allowed to operate within Vrayland.
Okay.
They are first and foremost.
Answer. Okay. Alrighty. Seems like we have a code. We have come into plenty of money, hypothetically.
And the
Garrett-
spyglass, while cracked, like, it does work. It's just the end of it's, like, cracked. Glass again.
Okay. I mean, can I just look out to the ocean and see if there's, like, do I see anything?
Yeah, it looks like there's some clouds rolling in.
Okay.
Oh, great, it's gonna rain.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not going to make the marsh easier.
I mean, we
I-
could stay at their camp.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, let's stay here. Everybody here's dead. They're not going to be easy. I mean, Riley's in there, I guess, but... Yeah, I mean, like last night, watches. Well, I mean, what
it's
time is
like-
it?
It's like noon.
Okay. I mean, what
Like,
do we do?
You guys got up at like 9, 10 a.m. You traveled south for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
It's been so exhausting.
And then you went into the world's most dangerous cave after killing me.
Do I have to
like
sleep for
just
8?
Past noon.
Do I have to get like a full night's sleep before I can like cast another spell? Okay, so we can't just like take a nap or whatever.
Are we sure we really want to go back in the cave? Because, like, there might be another one.
We're not going back in today. If we're
No,
going
but
back in at all.
Yeah.
I have little to no intention of going back in.
I don't know. I feel like... I mean, fair enough. I don't know. I guess it didn't work out for us with the goblin, so I don't want to push it, but it just feels like...
Second time in the cave is always the bad one.
Well, I don't know. It's just like... We spent the day traveling here, and like...
We got
what
good
is...
money.
Yeah, but like... I don't know. If we were going to turn back when we came across resistance, then like, why come, you know? Like...
The reason why we came out was to find out what happened, and if that thing wasn't in the cave, I would have no problem with continuing to explore said cave. But I've got a wife that I have to get to, and that is... We survived it once. I don't want to push it again. Not with something like that. If it was just some bandits... Especially if it was just the one bandit left after we already took out this many, pointing at the corpses on the ground that we probably just rummaged through and left where they fell, I would be fine. I would say let's do it. But that's not something that we can handle easily. That's something that if we wanted to handle that, we would need a lot more people or better weapons.
Well, I'm sure there's another entrance here, so like we might not have to confront it at all if we can find somewhere else to go in.
What do you think we'll find in there?
What happened to the Beacon Knights? They clearly went in. Obviously, Riley and them sent them in.
And that thing isn't dead. So if the Beacon Knights ran into it, they didn't kill it.
Yeah, but they might have found somewhere that they could, I don't know, hide out or something, but I don't know. Do we, based on like the blood and stuff that we saw in there, do we have any sense that like...
There was a lot of dried blood in there. That was not something that would have happened.
There was definitely, like, it could have all been from one person, like, theoretically.
Okay.
And again, there is definitely, like, that thing has to have a way out to eat.
I don't know. I mean, Strieg, I assume you also don't want to go back in?
Certainly not from this entrance.
Yeah. I mean, but it sounds like whatever the other entrance is going to be big enough for the thing to get out of.
So that's going to be its main ingress and egress point.
Yeah, is that better?
I feel like they wouldn't be alive.
Not if you go in arms, drawn, charging in. Oh, hey, my husband, some monster killed him. Please help us. Actually, can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I walked away from the computer to fill up to make sure it was still.
I don't know. We have such little information about what's past the parts that we got to. Well, I mean, like you said, I guess we're not going back in today. Well, I don't know. I mean, if we're not going back in today, we should just go back because I don't know. Like, are we going to kill a half day here, then come back in, and then I don't know. It's like another day's travel back. We're going to lose half a day tomorrow here. Just hate leaving a job half finished. It's just like, we're here. We can do this. Can we just look around and see if we can find the other entrance? Even if we don't go in, I just want to know what it looks like.
I guess we can do that. I would not be fully opposed to it.
Right. I mean, for all we know, maybe we'll like see tracks leading away from that exit or something, like I don't imagine that's true, but maybe we'll get some sense that that's where they went out from.
True.
Yeah, I guess can we just like walk further down the coast or I don't know. Wait, I guess we like it would have been in this direction, assuming like down the tunnels is where
it would probably be more inland based off of where we saw.
Yeah.
Because everything kind of went in and then south a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess if we can climb up this little outcropping and then head down that direction, maybe just like keep the coast in sight, see if we can find anything.
Probably looking for a fairly large hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You climb back away from the shipwreck out into slowly getting damp and miserable marshes again.
Yes.
Goal is just to find.
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna do
before
the like search party thing? Like each be 100 feet apart.
Before we leave the beach area, would I be able to grab any wood that looks relatively dryish so that when we go to sleep for tonight, we can have an actual campfire?
Yeah, it looks like they had some wood that they'd already dried out.
So I know earlier there was like a huge plank of wood that was like 9.5 feet long. Is there anything that is like relatively long but like not too crazy to carry, like that is like wide enough to walk on? Like, maybe like sidling down it or whatever, but if we find more water, I basically want to be able to make a little makeshift bridge and walk across it instead of trying to.
Trudging through it.
Well, sometimes trudging through it, you're doing it for, 50, 60 feet.
Well, no, I mean specifically like, if we happen to go into a cave, I want to be able to not splash in the water.
Giant chunk. Maybe 6 or 7.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, like, I know it won't be useful for like it's not going to solve that problem, but at least maybe it'll help us avoid it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to grab one of those and just carry it. Nice.
Wise, you guys gonna do the search party thing? Each is apart to look.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sure.
The search party. Okay.
How long are you searching?
I don't know. I mean, I guess we don't have anything else to do.
Back to Rikiri.
Yes. Well. I don't know. Maybe like 2 to 4 hours, I guess. I don't know, like, where in there, but
The heat of the day.
yeah.
Long enough that you guys are going to be committed to staying.
Yes, I think, right, that's fair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You guys... Hour, nothing. Back to just fun of a day of relaxing in a way, knowing that your life is not in imminent danger, but only passive danger.
Yeah.
First hour ticks by. Oh bad, all stagnant water, bugs, the mist. Eventually, afternoon, excitedly afternoon, the sun is no longer high in the sky. It's then that, you guys kind of like, you're staying within yelling range, search. Trudging through another one of those just bits of... I imagine, like, you have a rough, like, square mile of where it should be.
Yeah.
Kind of, like, keep circling around, like, this big, thick muck, and... Barrett, as you're kind of, like, mentioning to Rowan that you've already checked the area that he's... Nothing there, you kind of can notice through the shine that towards the middle of this lake, if you could even call it that, this thick pond of gunk and mud, there's a black part that doesn't look nearly the same.
How deep is kind of the rest of it? Like, if we're wading through it, is it like
about knee deep?
Knee deep? You still got that giant wooden log with you there?
Yep. Yeah. Hand it over.
Oh, I was just gonna tell you to stick it into that darker part, but sure, I'll do that. I just want to see how deep that is. I want to see if that's like really deep or just like, because it's in the water, right?
Yes. It's...
All right. How deep can I get the? Just keeps going. Okay. Well, I think we found the exit hole.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I can't breathe underwater. I don't know about you guys, so
Yeah, I don't have gills.
yeah. All right. Well, I think that's a no-go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at least we looked, and there's definitely no way the knights got out that way.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
Alrighty.
I think we should head back to our, if we have time, head back to our campsite from the morning. I don't want to stay at their campsite in case what's her name made it out.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems right to me.
So if we can get back to our campsite, I grabbed some firewood from their site, so we'll actually be able to dry out tonight.
Dangerous risk.
Well, I guess, yeah.
Collect what you can. Hire the would-be pirate camp. Gather your things all together and make your way a little bit more nervous. Theory, back to the camp that you were at last night. Make it back to Rikuri Town. As the sun begins to wane and the world turns orange, arrived back at that small last gift given to you by a bit of dry land here. Swamps of Broader's Coast. Here, as you relax, dry off once more, prepare for a well-earned 12+ hour rest before heading out at first light tomorrow. Go ahead. But not. We're rolling HP for level 2.
Hey!
We will roll HP now. I always love doing it. I think that's fun. And then when it comes to decisions and stuff, we can go over that at any point during the week. For HP, you are rolling your full hit dice for level 2. So for Garrett, that is going to be...
I just rolled 2d6. Four.
Your max HP is now 7.
How does that work?
If you roll less than or equal to your current max HP, you gain 1.
Okay.
Otherwise, you gain whatever you roll. Rowan, give me 2d6.
6 minus 2. Okay, 1 second. 2d6 minus... Oh, wait. No.
Rowan's getting tanked. Rowan's got more HP than Garrett!
Oh my god.
Well, I'm the only one who fights in melee range, so...
Yeah. Rowan's building up them calluses.
So how much would I add again?
You've got 8 now. That's what you've got.
Okay.
If you roll
Okay,
higher
awesome.
than your current HP, that becomes your new HP.
Cool, gotcha.
Krieg, roll me 2d6 plus 4.
Wait, how do I do that shit? I'm sorry.
Slash
Slash
R
R.
space 2d6.
So I'm assuming I also update the hit dice on my sheet to 2d6, correct?
No, the hit dice will stay the same.
So it still stays at the 1d6?
Yes, that's just how much each hit dice.
Okay.
Alright, Rowan, you only have 9.
Streak, you mean?
I'm sorry, streak. Yeah.
Cool.
Or I was looking at Rowan's sheet.
Mhm.
9 HP now.
All right, I went from the middle to firmly to last.
7, 8, and 9. Go over anything else that you guys need to do. It has been fun.
Oh my god, what a
It's
session.
been real. It's been fun.
It has been
It's
stressful.
real
You
fun.
guys went in there, you saw what it was, you were like, that's cool, bye!
It has been
Oh my
business.
It has been business with you.
It has been business.
I enjoyed you guys dealing with a Kyrover.
I'm
Cairo
pissed.
Vor. Vor is either Cairo
Bones?
Earth
I don't know.
bone.
Like
I don't know, what is
chiropractor?
Cairo?
I based it Vor as in eat, Cairo as in Chiroptera as in bats.
Oh, it's a bat eat. Well, it doesn't eat bats, but it's
No,
it's
I
a
just,
bat
you know.
eater. It has like echolocation and
Yeah,
stuff.
it's got it doesn't use.
Nice.
Very nice.
That was specifically an abyssal one. There are other types.
Oh, love that.
Does abyssal mean that it's from like underground?
No, abyssal means it's seaworthy.
From like hell?
No, it's seaworthy.
It's seaworthy. Oh, that's why it has the giant pond water hole.
So you guys are definitely not going back, so I can tell you what happened then, huh?
Yeah, we're not going back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm outvoted.
So, 2 of them are dead. The other 2 are in a small pocket of air in the cave further in after they swam out and tried to escape. They are currently...
Well, sucks for
great.
them.
Yeah, there's nothing I mean, I don't know what we could have done to do differently about that.
There was a third exit out of...
Well, I think we did the best we could, not knowing that 2 of them are still alive. We report back and just be like, hey,
Yeah.
they were killed by some giant underground bat monster dragon thing. Yeah. What happened to Riley?
She snuck out.
She snuck out. Mother.
They've kind of been...
Okay. Well, we took all their gold, so sucks to be her.
Man, I'm upset. I'm upset that we're not going to save those people.
Sometimes people...
Sometimes
Yeah,
you just gotta cut your losses.
You can't save everyone. But
It's like, why did we go? I mean, like, I know, but
we didn't know we were gonna run into this thing. I mean,
but I mean, like that was my thing. Is like, well, maybe they're fine. They went there on their own. But you guys were like, no, I think they're probably in trouble. And then we went, and it's like, yeah, they're in trouble. Time to go back.
Absolutely.
And it's like, okay, well,
they're in too much trouble.
They were in trouble that we couldn't do anything about.
It's a very narrow Goldilocks zone of trouble that we were willing to deal with.
I mean, if they had just been being held captive by the bandits, we could have taken out the bandits. No problem.
As we did.
No, the bandits knew they couldn't handle 4 fucking
Beacon Knights. Well, I mean, if you got the drop on them, you know, like this, you know, execution shot, but like knock them out, you know, that's something they could have done. That's not.
You guys have plenty of shit from that. You got a weird, got some money, got an incredibly expensive piece of tied to the Parisian royal family.
Yeah, I will donate my scimitar to Bex because I can't use it. I'm not good enough with that. And I'll give her half. What you said, like 8.6 gold per person?
Yeah.
I'll give her half.
Nice.
Otherwise, she'll kick my ass.
Can you remind me how much were the earrings again? Was that 30 gold or? Okay.
I've already started.
Yeah, they were like
out,
35.
Beyond the time in which I can reference things that happened this session.
No, they were
fair.
they were like it was either 35 or 45 gold from what I remember.
I think it was 35.
Okay. Well, maybe we have another scimitar now. I mean, we have
iron
I guess
weapons
3 more. But...
do give +1.
Oh, really?
Because they are lighter. Yep.
Okay. Well, might need to hang on to that then. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what I
Plus
want to
one
put
magical?
my points
Nah,
into.
plus one because it's made of iron. There we
I definitely want to put a point into survive.
Yeah, wait, so what happens when we level up?
Every person has their own thing. I said it's something we're gonna have to deal with.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
going to be
okay.
around rest of the night, so we will conclude here, and I need to go do stuff for a few minutes, and then when I get back, if anyone wants to level up, we can deal with it now. Otherwise, you can PM me during any time, and we can figure it out.
I mean, I will be
Okey-dokey.
here until 9 o'clock in the morning, so I'm totally down to do this.
Whenever.
This is my
it works whenever. Yeah.
This is my vampire night.
All right.
Nice.
Big stuff happens.